Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good afternoon, and welcome to a bit of World of Warcraft, Burning Crusade Classic Edition, or Anniversary Edition, rather. I've got a number of characters here that I might be playing. Eldrick is probably going to be my main. Thunderchase is probably going to be just maybe a horde character that I play. I've only been playing since yesterday, so Johnbonne, I did 8 levels in about 5 hours, I want to say, which seems alright. And again, getting used to the things that Classic is about, because I haven't really played much Classic, to be honest. I played it when Classic was announced, not Vanilla. I will separate the two, Classic and Vanilla, as different entities, because they are. But yeah, I played Classic when it sort of came out. I enjoyed it for a bit, got up to about level 10 as a hunter, and I thought, no, I didn't really enjoy it at the time. I think I just didn't have enough time to play it, but now I sort of do, my circumstances have changed, so I've got a few characters. This is going to be my main on the Horde. This is going to be my Alliance main, I think. This one is for the channel, Withywarlock. Yeah, let's get stuck into this one. I'm going to be playing a Human of the Alliance. I am playing this game primarily for my partner to watch as well, so there's going to be a lot of stuff here that I'm probably going to explain to people who already know this. It's going to be very talking head style, so I apologise if I'm saying way too much stuff that's obvious to other players who have experienced. This is going to be like a very new player-friendly, I like to think, thing, and it's about a journey of discovery rather than optimization. I want to try and play the game and just see if Classic really is the game that I've been looking for all these years after over a decade of playing like retail and just been like, nah, I'm sort of done with that. So, when we are making a character, let's quickly go through this. When we're making a character, we get to choose which side we're on, the Alliance or the Horde. So here we have the Alliance. The Alliance consists of 5 races: the noble humans, the adventurous dwarves, the enigmatic night elves, and the ingenious gnomes, and the honourable Draenei, who these two were introduced in this expansion pack, the Burning Crusade. Before then, it was just humans, dwarves, night elves, and gnomes, and then for the Horde, it was orcs, undead, tauren, and trolls. The Horde consists of 5 races who comprise the Horde: the brutal orcs, the shadowy undead, the spiritual tauren, the quick-witted trolls, and the driven blood elves. Beset by enemies on all sides, these outcasts have forged a union they hope will ensure their mutual survival. And you've got the different races here, and each race has their own backstory. Some of them even have their own starting areas. So, for example, Tauren will start in Thunder Bluff, whereas the Orcs and Trolls will start in Durotar, in not Razor Hill, Valley of Trials, I think they called it. The Blood Elves will start in Quel'Thalas, I want to say. The Draenei will start not Argus. Yes, but they start. I can't remember where they start. Is it Blood Mistile or Summer Mistile? I can't remember. I do apologise, I don't remember. It's been years since I played the game, to the extent where I'd actually remember all this stuff. Because second to Warcraft, Warhammer lore, it was like Warcraft lore, my knowledge. And I sort of got out of it around the time of Battle for Azeroth. I liked Battle for Azeroth. I liked that they had was it the Gurabashi Empire? The Trolls? Love that side of it. Love that side of the game. In Battle for Azeroth. But after that, with things like the Jailer in Shadowlands, I was just like, no, you've lost me entirely. Oh, and Sylvanas burning down the World Tree as well. No, not happy about that. So humans will start in Stormwind, the dwarves will start in what's the Ironforge, the Night Elves will start in, I want to say, Yggdrasil? The gnomes will start as well in Gnomragan, or Khazmodan. They'll start, and yeah. So each of these races have their different starting zones. They also have different abilities. So, for example, humans have increased stealth detection, increased spirit, bonus reputation games, increases to swords and maces. Dwarves, for example, may take on stone form, increased expertise with guns, resistant to frost and treasure finding. Orcs may enrage, increasing their damage but diminishing ability to heal. Resistant to stun effects, damage done by pets, increased, and expertise with axes. Blood Elves, enchanting skill increased, may drain mana from opponents. Silence nearby opponents and resistant magical damage. So these things can help inform your abilities. Each race also has a selection of classes they can take. So for example, humans are fairly able to do lots of different things. The only classes they can't be, for example, are druids and shaman. So they can be warriors, paladins, rogues, priests, mages and warlocks. Each have their own abilities and spells and whatnot. There are resources as well. Draenei can be shamans, they can be warriors, paladins, hunters, priests, shaman, mages. Also as well, one of the cool things as well with Burning Crusade is that originally shaman could only be on the Horde. So orcs could be shaman. Let's show off some female characters as well that you can change up in a number of ways. So shaman were only on the Horde side for Tauren, orcs and trolls. But now Blood Elves have paladins, which used to be an exclusively human night elf, and gnomes did not have that ability. But yeah, druids were also very limited, so only night elves could be druids on the Alliance, and only Tauren could be druids on the Horde. So there was some limitations within terms of the lore and things like that, because World of Warcraft is, or at least certainly was, a roleplay heavy game. Just going to move myself back there. I'm probably going to be covering up the map that's in the top right corner, so we might have to change that. I'll probably do many changes to the UI throughout my experience. So yeah, so I've already got a character. I might one day actually play a dwarf hunter, because I do like guns in this game, and dwarves have more expertise with guns, and they also get a bear pet as well. One of the cool things about hunters in this game is they get pets. There's a couple of pet classes, like you've got like shaman have some pets that are limited, like elementals, or you've got what's the other one? Or warlocks who have imps and things like that, imps and other demons. So yes, I'm going to play a human warlock. I appreciate that the creation of these has been throttled recently, probably because it's a very popular combination. But I want to go for this one here. So we're going to play our warlock. And here we see one of the loading screens. Oh! And every time you create a character, you get an intro with narration as well as to what's going to happen and how you start your adventure. This is the city of Stormwind.
Stormwind are a proud, tenacious race. Though the recent invasion of the demonic Burning Legion decimated their sister kingdom of Lordaeron, the defenders of Stormwind stand vigilant against any who would threaten the sanctity of their land. Nestled in the foothills of Elwyn Forest, Stormwind City is one of the last bastions of human power in the world. Ruled by the Child King Anduin Wrynn, the people of Stormwind remain steadfast in their commitment to the Grand Alliance. Backed by their stalwart allies, the armies of Stormwind have been called away to fight the savage horde on distant battlefields. With the armies gone, the defense of Stormwind now falls to its proud citizens. You must defend the kingdom against the foul mongrels that encroach upon it, and hunt down the subversive traitors who seek to destroy it from within. Now is the time for heroes. Now humanity's greatest chapter can be told.
Okay, so all those people that you saw as well walking around, a lot of those would have been real players. So this person here, Kixel, is a real player. Or Borstel. Or this person here who's just logged out is another human player. Now, when I move around, I'm holding down the right mouse key, I'm clicking the left, the right mouse button and the left to move around. So, camera controls there, and also as well, position, and then I'm using the left mouse key to move. Because that frees up, I can still move with WASD, but I'm not going to, because I could spare those keys. Now, speaking of which, what I'm going to do is I'm going to change some controls, key bindings. Interface panel, I believe it would be. I want to... How do I get rid of social? Right, there we go. Hello.
Good day to you.
So, have you strapped on your belt tight, young Warlock, because there's nothing to do here, there's work to do here in Northshire. Look at him go. I don't mean farming. The Stormwind Guards are hard-pressed to keep the peace here, with so many of us in distant lands, and so many threats pressing close, and we're enlisting the aid of anyone willing to defend their home and their alliance. If you're here to answer the call and speak to my superior, Marshal McBride, he's inside the abbey behind me.
See you around.
Okay. So, I can turn the volume down now that that opening cinematic's done. Alright, let's organise my inventory a bit. Okay, so, this here is Marshal McBride. Hello. Hey citizen, you look like a stout one. We guards are spread a little thin out here and I could use your help.
Go with honor, friend.
Ah, good, another volunteer. We're getting a lot of you these days. I hope it's enough. The human lands are threatened from without, and so many of our forces have been marshalled abroad. This in turn leaves room for corrupt and lawless groups to thrive within our borders. It is a many-fronted battle we wage with the Warlock. Gird yourself for a long campaign.
Life bless you.
Your first task is one of cleansing with the Warlock. A clan of kobolds have infested the woods to the north. Go there and fight the kobold vermin you find. Reduce their numbers so that we may drive them from Northshire, where we are starting now. Our objectives are to kill 10 kobold vermin, and then return to Marshal McBride, and we get 25 copper pieces currency. So, I'm also using the R button as well to auto-run, which is a godsend in this game. It really is. So, let's have a look. Oh, hang on a second, we've got some more quests. Let's talk to everyone here. I'll try and pick up as many quests as I can. Oh, nice, someone's cast Arcane Intellect on me. That was very nice of them.
Hey there.
So that's a buff that we've got there. So it's increased my intellect by 2, which affects my magical ability. Intellect increases your mana by 2, by 80. Increases spell critical hit chance by 5.3. Increases your pet's intellect by 7. We haven't got pets yet. Oh yes, I've also got my abilities here. So I've got Demon Skin. Protects the caster, increasing armor by 40 and restores 3 health per 5 seconds for 30 minutes. Nice indeed.
Hello.
That's true, I'm looking for someone to hunt me some wolves. Hang on a second, I read the quest text. So, Egan Pulse Gunnar is looking for someone to hunt wolves from. That's good news because we've been seeing a lot more wolves in Northshire Valley lately. If you're interested, then speak to Egan. He's around the side of the abbey to the left. One of the cool things about WoW Classic is it tells you the directions in the quest log. It's not just pointing you to where you should go. I will zoom in my minimap actually, just a bit. There we go.
See you later.
I heard those nasty timber wolves, but I sure like eating wolf steaks. Bring me tough wolf meat and I will exchange it for something you'll find useful. Tough wolf meat is gathered from hunting the timber wolves and the young wolves wandering the Northshire countryside. Bring 8 pieces of tough wolf meat to Egan Peltskin outside of Northshire Abbey. And we can choose our gear. Now we can't wear leather as a warlock. Depending on your class, you will be limited to certain types of armour. So for example, I think up to level 50, any class that could ordinarily wear plate can only wear mail armour. Classes that can ordinarily wear mail can't do so until level 50, when they get the ability to buy, I think, the specialisation or unlock it some way. But as a spellcaster, like priests, mages and warlocks, I can't have leather, so I'd have to go for cloth.
See you around.
So these are some of the limitations that you're going to have with your class. And one of the cool things about World of Warcraft Classic as well is that the clothing items actually look like what they say they are. They're not just wood or metal, like retail sometimes does. And here we have the Warlock trainer, I believe. You have a demon. Oh, we've got a demon trailer, an imp minion, so we get access to that. Every class has a class trainer. Drusilla LaSalle.
Hey there.
The arcane only corrupts those who are weak. Even if you do not follow the path of the warlock, you would do well to remember that. The Stolen Tome. You there? With the warlock, right? I hope you're sure about becoming a warlock, because if you can't hold your own, you're likely to get pulled under. I'm to teach you, but I need to make sure you're strong enough first. There's a novice studying at the Abbey who ran off to join the Defiance Brotherhood. Why do I care? Well, he sold some important books. One of those happens to be a book I've wanted by myself, The Powers of the Void. Steal it for me, and they might have it hidden in their tent in the vineyards. Retrieve the Powers of the Void from Drusilla LaSalle. The following spell will be cast on you.
Safe travels.
Okay. So, we have a few options we can go with. Either go down there to the vineyards. I think that's where the vineyards are. Oh, well, thank you very much. So, it was you, wasn't it? You are the mage. I go to thank you. I wonder if I can cast... No, I can only cast that myself. No matter. Right, so we've got some quests to do. Let's track those. So we've got to get some tough wolf meat. In fact, let's first of all kill some kobolds. We can do this on the way back. Oh dear, we've got someone there who's maybe facing a bit of trouble. Oh, damn. Right, that was good, wasn't it? First spell cast. Right. So now, I'm going to cast some spells. Now I remember when I first played World of Warcraft at retail back in the very end of Catalysm. Let's just loot all that. Oh, I'm out of mana. That's fantastic. Woohoo. So now I just have to use my knife. Let's hope I can actually use this to some efficiency. No, I can't. Great. Yes, I think Warlocks in this game are very mana hungry. So up here you have your resources, you have your health, the green bar. Down here you have your mana, which is what you use to cast spells. If you want to restore mana outside of combat, you can drink water. If you want to restore health, you eat food. Now hang on a second, that's not counting towards the quest. Is that not? Ah, it's a kobold worker, that's why. He's a worker, I see. There is a lot of this to do, by the way, just watching your resources go up. Sometimes, anyway. Sometimes you might actually be lucky, but I feel like, no. I'm not going to run out of mana, and I'm actually going to do alright. So I've killed one kobold vermin. Now, because these have got yellow nameplates here, it means that they are not hostile upon getting too close to them. If they were red nameplates, then they would be hostile if you get too close to them. Kobold vermin. I could have really used my dagger there, but never mind. Kobold vermin. I want to wait for some mana to get back, and then I can open up that. Because I've got some distance. Yeah, backpedaling is a habit I shouldn't really be into.
My mana is low.
Yes. Also, as well, you are going to have to use your auto attack a lot in Classic, I think, especially when you're leveling up, because you're going to be starved for mana and you want to save your resources for your other spells. So, yeah. Now, if you're wondering what the lore to World of Warcraft is, if you've never played Warcraft, I wouldn't worry too much about it. A lot of it is basically almost like one big reference to Warcraft 3 and the events afterwards. I strongly recommend watching the cutscenes, or the cinematics, for Warcraft. For World of Warcraft Vanilla or Classic, and Burning Crusade, and they'll give you an idea of like what the game's themes are like, and there they are. So that's the vermin, the smaller ones. Oh, someone's leveled up, well done. Yes, so you'll have an idea as to what the tone of the game is. The trailers don't really tell you that much. To be honest, you kinda, in a way, I'm not going to say you have to play Warcraft 3 to know. this will all be explained. A lot of the stories, to be honest, in World of Warcraft are basically tied to one particular area. There isn't that much, for example, in Vanilla or Classic, like in this part of the game. So all of the stories here are basically tied to these zones. This is just the Eastern Kingdoms. You can also go here. All the stories here are kind of tied to their own thing. It's when you start getting into here, onto another planet entirely, where the story becomes a lot less of its own thing and it's more about an overarching plot. So when you get to Shadowmoon Valley, you're going to be going to Black Temple to deal with Illidan's Stormrage, and you follow the story there. Right now, oh nice, I'll let you have the kill, it's fine. I'm always happy to help someone in need. Yeah, make it nice and easy for you. Because I could group up with them and just get the quest XP, but right now I'm fine with just helping them get full credit and whatnot. And help them get their quest done faster. So yeah. Workers, workers, workers. Have we got any vermin? In fact, we can also kill some wolves while we're here. So, I wouldn't worry too much about knowing what's going on here. Like, most of what's going on here in the Eastern Kingdoms, at least this part of the world, is mostly about the Defias Brotherhood. The Defias Brotherhood are a bunch of, essentially bandits, really, who are opportunists trying to take over the kingdom of Stormwind, which is one of the human kingdoms, which is what they became after, because humans used to live in tribes, the tribe of Lordaeron, the tribe of Stormwind, and so on and so forth, and then eventually they became much their own thing, and joined what was called the Grand Alliance of Lordaeron, which I think is now just the Alliance. I think the Grand Alliance of Lordaeron was essentially the races of men, or I think it was the Alliance of Men, and then it became the Grand Alliance of Lordaeron to include Night Elves and Dwarves and Gnomes even. Gnomes didn't really appear in Warcraft 3. They had their machines, but they weren't really seen as such. I don't think there are any NPC models or whatever. They were very much in the background.
I need more mana.
I need one more point of mana. There we go. Wait for some mana to come back. In the meantime, just have auto attack ready. And stab. So, yeah. So the Defias Brotherhood, from what I understand, I think they were actually screwed out by the Kingdom of Stormwind. In that castle we were in. They, I think, were a bunch of... I think they worked the mines for the kingdom, and they weren't paid, and so they're starting to rebel and resorting to banditry. We sort of saw this, I think, in Catalysm, where the Catalysm caused such catastrophic amounts of poverty and things like that in the kingdom that, like, people are, like, trying to get into Stormwind as refugees because they're trying to get away from the effects of the Catalysm. Okay, so we've dealt with the kobolds, now we've just got to deal with wolves. Wow, 2 whole casts in a row. I doubt the game is going to get much more interesting than this, especially as a Warlock. I'm very much... going to cast 3 spells, I think, in the entire game. I'll try and make it a bit more interesting than that. Why am I killing these things again? I've already done that. So yeah, so basically World of Warcraft is as much of a sequel as you're kind of going to get to Warcraft 3 at the time, where It's after Arthas Menethil and Illidan, Stormrage have had their fight. It's after Lordaeron fell to the Scourge. All this sort of thing. I strongly recommend getting familiar with Warcraft 3 lore, but it doesn't have too much of an impact on this. This really is a case of just like what happens after, before it became like the main way to sort of explore the Warcraft universe further. Because in the Burning Crusade, which we're playing, we won't be playing. You won't be seeing much Burning Crusade stuff until you get to here. Yeah, so until you go through the Burning Portal to get here, you're not gonna have to worry about it too much. It's very much a separate game to what's happening here on Azeroth. Azeroth, by the way, is the home world that you're playing on. Up there is Northrend. Down here is going to be Pandaria. I think that's Kultiras there. I think you've got the Lost Isles there, I want to say. You've got the Maelstrom there. You've got... I don't know what these islands are. That will be Bloodmist Isle, Azimist Isle. That's Teldrassil, the World Tree where the Night Elves live. They start in that area there. They quest all along here, and then they go here into this city here. Darnassus is a beautiful city. Absolutely wonderful. So yeah. So, and this is where the Blood Elves will start. Before they move into here, down here where the Forsaken will start. And there's Undercity where they live. That's their like capital city. And here, where's Stormwind? Stormwind City is here. This is where the humans will go. And Ironforge is up in Khazmodan. Dunmurra, rather. So, where is it? Ironforge is there, in a giant mountain. Wonderful city. Ironforge is one of my favourite cities of all time. And I loved exploring Ironforge. You can explore Ironforge for days and find new stuff. It's wonderful. So, without exactly remembering too much from Warcraft, again, it's been, what, 8 years since I played World of Warcraft retail, so I can't believe it was that long ago, to be honest. But as for Warcraft 3, which I've probably played in, it would be over 10 years now, I think. Basically, there's two major factions: the Orcs, the Alliance and the Horde. It used to be just Orcs and humans fighting one another, and then eventually with Warcraft 3, it sort of advanced a bit further, with the Tauren and the Trolls helping out the Orcs, and the Dwarves and the Night Elves will be helping out the humans, out of mutual interest. These alliances were very shaky. The Night Elves, for example, used to have teeth, in a figurative sense, and they didn't really get on with like the younger races and things like that. They had their own problems with the Blood Elves, and the undead and things like that, and demons and whatnot, because they were around during the time the demonic invasions happened. But Warcraft 3 went into lots of different things. It went into like the Horde versus Alliance, and like the forming of the Horde proper. It went into things like war with the Kultiras, one of the human nations, the Kingdom of Kultiras, and oh, we got another quest. Hello.
How are you?
Brotherhood of Thieves. Okay, so the group of thieves have been hanging around Northshire. They call themselves the Device Brotherhood, and have been seen across the river to the east. I don't know what they're up to, but I'm sure it's not good. Bring you their bananas to wear, and I'll reward you with a weapon. Nice, so I'll get a dagger, but you can have different things here as well. Cool. There's different weapon types as well that have different properties, and some characters are more suited to them than others. Right, I'm going to start selling some rubbish that I don't need. They will actually be better than nothing. Got that because I can't wear shields. Can't wear those.
See you later.
So 5 armor. It's better than kick up the arse, isn't it? My armor is now 90. Woo! Every little helps.
How are you?
I like that in Classic you can wear proper clown shoes gear, and you can still look fairly cool.
King's honor, friend.
Kobold camp cleanup. Those kobolds and thieves and cowards, but in large numbers they pose a threat to us, and the humans of Stormwind do not need another threat. For defeating them, you have my gratitude. Attention to the letter. I was asked to bring this attention to you as soon as you return with the kobold from the kobold camps. It appears to be a letter sealed with the insignia of Drusilla, one of our local trainers. I won't hesitate to read it before you go about any of the business here in the Abbey. Okay. And investigate Echo Ridge. My scouts tell me that the kobold infestation is larger than we thought. A group of kobold workers have camped near the Echo Ridge mine to the north. Go to the mine and remove them. We know there are at least 10. Kill them, see if there are more, they report that to me. So kill the kobold workers. Well, yes, you're going to do this a lot where you're going to be going back and forth. I have a letter to read. Let's read it. Too often people like the followers of the Holy Light scare those curious about true power into thinking they cannot investigate any form of the arcane. Not all things from outside this world are evil. Not all entities seek to dominate or to subjugate others. If you are powerful enough, those same entities can become the followers. This is something I would like to discuss more with you. Seek me out in the graveyard on the right side of the Abbey. Drusilla LaSalle, Warlock trainer. Yeah, Warlocks are fantastic for their class fantasy. So much good was done for them in Mr. Pandaria. My god. Throne of Thunder was amazing for them. The Green Fire Warlock quest was insane. I loved playing that.
Be careful.
Okay, so
Farewell.
I can't hand that one in yet.
See you around.
Let's continue my training. Oh, I'm level 3. I thought I was level 2. Nice. Okay, so you've arrived, and not a moment too soon with the Warlock. Some of the guards that were over here a moment ago give me curious looks. Pathetic mundanes.
Safe travel.
As you grow in power, you'll be tempted. You must always remember to control yourself. I will not lie. Corruption can come to any practitioner of the arcane, especially those who deal with creatures from the Twisting Nether. So, the Twisting Nether is, I think, it was before like Heaven and Hell was sort of properly established, but it's basically outer space, I think. So it's kind of like where Cthulhu comes from. Be patient and be prudent, but do not let that repress your ambition. As you grow more powerful, return to me, and I will teach you more about our ways.
Be careful.
Okay. Speaking of which, let's talk about training. I can't afford that yet. Oh, no, I'm going to be level 4. Okay, woohoo! I can learn Immolate. So, when you are playing the game, you don't just get your powers automatically upon leveling up. You have to actually learn to train them, and you rank them up so they're even stronger. So, for example, Shadow Bolt right now does 12 to 17 damage, but I can pay to level it up and increase it to 23 to 29 shadow damage. Nice. Immolate. I will certainly have that.
Have a good one.
And now I need to put that into here. I'll move that along there. What else do I have? Do I have anything from my human abilities? Perception. It's probably not going to be all that helpful, but I'll put that there just in case. Shoot! I can have that for a wand. Put that there. So like, I don't think I've got anything else I need to worry about.
Can I help you?
Should we select some grimoires? Oh, hello! I didn't know about grimoires. That's interesting. So you teach your pets different abilities. You have to pay for their abilities to level up as well. Nice. Nice. Yes. This is something we're going to have very soon. But for now, I need to do some quests. I also need to hand in the wolf meat as well. So let's just quickly track those quests. Let's hand this one in as well. So yeah. Let's refresh demon skin.
What can I do for you? See you around.
You've been busy. I can't wait to cook all the wolf meat. I have some things here you want. Take your pick.
Have a good one.
Usually you can only take one item. There we go. Item quality will increase as the game goes on, so you'll have grey items which are practically worthless, and you have white items that are common. You'll have uncommon green items. You'll have... Oh, hang on. Yeah. When it's a grey item as well, it usually means it's junk. So you can't use it in any crafting or anything like that. Okay, I got to slay kobold workers, but I really do want to deal with these stolen tomes. So let's have a look. So the thieves are going to be outside the Northshire Abbey. So I think they're going to be down this way, if I'm not mistaken. So we have to check the map. Yeah, you've got to actually read the quest, which a lot of people might not like. You can get add-ons to fix that or whatever. I don't necessarily mind it myself.
What is it? What?
Oh yes, some of these characters will be used lines from Warcraft 3 as well. I like this. I find it fascinating that I know game engines are massively misunderstood. But oh, kidoki. I forgot you might actually have a red nameplate. So cast him light on this guy, so what it's going to do is it's going to burn him with fire damage. He's also level 4 there, so we're level 3. So he's a bit more powerful, so we're going to be a bit more careful. Now, where might this guy be hanging out? I think there was a tent somewhere. This is by the vineyards. Yeah. Sometimes it is safer to follow the roads, because enemies are less likely to walk among them. Now, what am I doing? Let's immolate him first. Yeah, so World of Warcraft runs on a modified Warcraft 3 engine. So Warcraft 3 is not exactly like this. It, in a way, actually does look like it in terms of graphical fidelity. And some of the assets you will see, like, oh yes, actually, yes, that is something I recognise from Warcraft 3 as an object that was in that game previously. Oh, I forgot to immolate him. Damn, or her rather, I do apologise. I love the look of the gear they have, I really do. We're doing alright for the bandanas actually, I think we've got a fairly good drop chance. Just try to clear a path to that hut over there, because I think that's where that is going. Yeah, so World of Warcraft runs on a real-time strategy game engine. And I find that incredible. Like, all this stuff has been achieved in that, and because World of Warcraft has a lot of problems in terms of the coding. It is full of spaghetti code. The devs frequently have to make tweaks to the numbers, basically to help it crunch the numbers. Like, imagine like someone getting older and they're not able to do maths as well. That's what World of Warcraft is, with things like the numbers purges and whatnot. I think it's a good idea. I like the lower numbers. It's why sometimes WoW can run really slow, because it's doing things that it wasn't really made for as such. But game engines do have a surprising amount of versatility.
I need more mana. Not enough mana.
Ah, you're Garrett Padfoot. I wonder if you're the person I need.
My mana.
I'm going to step because I haven't got a wand yet. Yes, I could really do with a wand, because you're going to be using your default weapon a lot, I think, rather than just spells, because you need to save mana. It's a lot more of a problem. Let's go, still in turn. Isn't it at the tent of the vine? So it's not actually here. So he must be someone else. So someone's tent in the vineyards. I'm looking for a tent in the vineyards. I think it might be over there. So I'll fight my way over that direction and just see if that yields any results. gloves. Yes, they're grey. They're better than nothing. I like that in Classic you have to be a bit... You can't be as picky with loot. You kind of got to take what you can get. But without being greedy and denying other players, I want to make that abundantly clear. Please don't need gear. Click on need for gear that you don't actually need. I can't see this tent. Let me read the quest again. Well, they've hidden in their tent in the vineyards. Well, this looks like the vineyard to me. A tent. A tent. I'm going to talk about something now. A lot of you might not remember this. I don't know if this was just a EU forums thing or what. But back when World of Warcraft Classic was announced, I was one of the people... There was this almost like civil war where two sides were drawn, essentially. And you had the changes versus no changes crowd. And I was hashtag no changes. Now... This wasn't because I was looking for a pure nostalgia-driven experience with Classic. I wanted Classic to reflect everything as closely to the original as I possibly could. As it possibly could, rather. Oh, that's a priest there? Yes. Oh yes, you can do a fair bit of parkour here and you can navigate the world that way.
How kind of you.
Thank you very much, Piztal. I won't forget that. I'll help you out with that person there. I can't find this fucking tent. This is the vineyard, isn't it? Maybe I just need to look around some more, but I'll find it eventually. It's not that big a deal if I don't. In fact, no, I'm just gonna... Nice. Big crits for days. Yeah, so I was big on the idea of no changes to the game, as in, like, get as close to it as possible. So I don't want an LFR or LFG, looking for Dungeon Tool. I want it to be as close to the original as possible. I want the graphics to be exactly the same. I don't want it upscaled for resolutions. I want it to be as close to it as possible. And the reason was because, not because I wanted a good experience, but because I wanted to see it as pure as possible. I wanted to see if people really were nostalgic for this game, or if there was actually genuine reason to be excited over it. Or if people were genuinely excited for it. And you're a priest? I'm gonna help you out. Well done. Can I help out? Oh yeah, you're actually low on health, I better help out. Pow! There's the tent! It was exactly where I wasn't looking. There's a lot of guys over there. So I wanted to really see how... if people really did want Classic. Because I was one of the people who was like, I can understand why the devs were saying, you think you want Classic, but you actually don't. You think you do, but you don't. And it's a very... I'm going to say arrogant answer. I understood the intent of what they were saying, but I disagree with the way they said it. I was one of the people who said, yeah, I do believe that a lot of people say they want classic, but really it's just they have a fantasy of classic. Look at them robes. To say it's really simple robes and whatnot, I really do like them. I wonder if you're waiting for me. Yep, you're waiting for me, okay. Oh no, I've brought all three of them over! Great! You are on your own for the time being. Oh, thank God for that. Thank you ever so much for eventually helping. Yeah, one of the things... So, there's a mechanic in World of Warcraft, and indeed a lot of other MMOs, called Threat. And Threat is the idea that basically you are drawing enemies closer to you. Now, you need this quest, so I'll let you take those first. Because I think that's going to despawn them, is it not? Oh, we can both claim it, that's great. Can I read Powers of the Void? By the hand of Khadgar. Was that Archmage Khadgar? Was that his name? Khadgar. He's like one of the big figures in Warcraft. Who I think is alive today, I want to say, and is like a fairly big character. He's one of the game's darlings, like Thrall, who I think is still alive, actually. Just wait for my mana to regenerate. Actually, I'm going to drink some water. I've got enough. So I've got to restore 151 mana over 18 seconds, and I must remain seated while drinking. So the moment I stand up, this buff here is going to go away, like that. But you can get potions. And other such goodies to help you restore your mana. But we don't have access to those right now. So yeah, so I understood the intention behind it, you think you do but you don't, but the way they went about it was terrible. And then they released World of Warcraft Classic anyway, and Blizzard had the piss taken out of them for days. I've a lot of things to say about Blizzard I will save for another video, but... Hello, I've leveled up. For some reason, whenever I go hello, I sound like the Big Bopper. Hello, baby! This is the Big Bopper speaking! You know? Dear. Which money have I got? I've not got a whole lot of money. In fact, no. I'll let the immolate kill you and just hope to God it actually kills you. I need to put an immolate on you, actually. So yeah, I think that was genuinely the beginning of Blizzard's terrible PR, and I think they believed a lot of their own propaganda at the time. Like, you think you do, but you don't. Do you guys not have phones? A lot of things. Yeah, there were a lot of things going on with Blizz or Acti-Blizz, whatever you want to call them. I don't just put the blame squarely on Activision when they bought World of Warcraft. People say, like, for example, Humble Bundle died the moment IGN bought them. It's like, no. No, it did not. You can't pin every single problem on the person who bought it. But, yeah, that's for another day. I need to kill 10 kobold workers, first of all. It's alright.
How are you? See you later. Safe travels.
Available quests. These are daily quests, I believe.
Safe travels.
I killed Derek. Well, you know, let's do that. I'm going to quickly return this book, though, because with this book returned, I can hopefully get an imp to train, and I can have a little helper.
See you around.
It was too conspicuous for me to steal the book myself. What luck one of their own patsies did the dirty work for me.
Farewell.
Excellent! I was never able to gain access to this text. It was held in a protected wing of the library that would look suspicious for me loitering around. Well, you did a good job in getting this, and I'm convinced that you can handle your own imp, so there's no reason for me to not show you how to summon one.
Be careful.
Just cast spells. Right. Going to summon it with a massive disco ball of hell! There we go. Piztal. You know what? I love the name, Piztal. I think every time you you summon a new imp, though,
Need help?
you get some. Okay, so oh,
Have a good one.
right. You get a different name because you're summoning a different. The idea of being that you summon one from a different plane of hell or whatever, or like you're summoning a different one each time. It's a Piztal. What a name! I'm honoured to have you. Pistols out. So, all right, let's go kill some things. So now we've got our imp. He has an ability, Firebolt,
I can't attack that target.
and we can give him different modes. So defensive, aggressive, or passive. And so this bar here allows us to control him. So gotta kill kobold workers. I'll get a bit deep in the mine actually. I want to see if there's anything there. Let's do this. Right, okay, so
That's still recharging.
Curse of Weakness reduces their melee attack power. Look at that, we're probably melting them now. Reduce their attack power. And they come over, let's corrupt them, let's do 10 shadow damage, burn them to death, and then let's shadow bolt them to death. While we've got Piztal here, of course. And I'm out of mana. Great. Let's have a drinky poo. Welcome to World of Warcraft, everybody. Should just call it World of Water. Or Water World, even. That exists. Oh, never mind. Because it exists, we can't do it. Never mind. Sorry about that, gang. Right. Yeah, so what I like about Warlock is they have things called dots, or which show the damage over time. And damage over time, as you might imagine, does damage over time. And they have lots of little things like that, so like I can cast spells like this that can just, well, do damage over time and just basically kill the enemy for me. So I'm like, yeah, I've done that. Great. Let's have another drink. So yeah. So I like walks for that. I like rogues for that as well. Rogues are good because they have poisons. I love the poison mechanic. I like rogues in general. I think the class fantasy, that's something I'm going to get into another video as well, but every class has so much going for it, but there's some classes that are like, it's so good to have the exclusive stuff, and it takes me back to old D&D. So in older editions in D&D, this might just be anecdotes or whatever, I'm not entirely sure how mainstream this is, I guess, is once upon a time, let's say you wanted to be the druid. Oh no, you wanted to be an archdruid. You could be a druid, you could start the game as a druid, but if you want to be the archdruid, your DM didn't just create an Archdruid NPC for you to fight and kill for the title. No, you had to go to your FLGS, your friendly local gaming store, and you had to actually find another player who was the Archdruid and fight them in a one-on-one duel and take their title from them, because it was a regional thing. And I like things like that in World of Warcraft, where if you want to get something, you've actually got to do quests for it. I think for warriors, if you want to learn the ability Whirlwind, you have to go on a quest and like enter a fight pit and learn how to do it, and the fight's not fair. So you've got to figure out how to fight and win, and then you learn the ability to Whirlwind. You've got to earn the honour of learning. You've got to prove you're a capable warrior. If you want a mount, you've got to go on a quest for it. The Warlock Greenfire quest was one of the best things to happen to World of Warcraft in retail, because of the ability to go out and get something for yourself. So basically what the Greenfire Warlock quest was, I'll just wait for my mana to regenerate and I'll explain. It was essentially a quest to have your spells, so instead of doing like this would be green instead of orange, yeah? That was literally it. I mean, you weren't necessarily just casting Shadow Ball, you were casting a lot of fire spells that would turn green. And it was a sign of prestige to say, I've done this challenge, I've gone on this quest as a warlock to get this ability. I've fought a hard solo boss fight, I've had to use every single tool in the toolbox, and it was amazing because you used spells that you wouldn't ordinarily use in retail. You're having to use your demonic circle to significantly greater efficiency than you would in retail. You would do things that you had no ability to do otherwise. And it was really good. It was honestly like a solo raid, and it was phenomenal. And things like that are very important to me in a game, and Classic has that in spades. I think for Warlocks, your quests are, so like here, you got to get your demon pets, essentially, but you also have to get like your mount. If you want a horse, for example, which you ordinarily have to pay for, you can actually summon a demonic steed, but you have to go on a quest to do it. It's not as simple as just, I get the thing at this level. You don't just get it automatically, you've got to work for it, and I like that. I like that a lot. And that's what takes me back to like older D&D and those stories of like you want to be a bard. Okay, well first of all you gotta have this many stats. 3d6 in order, remember, or 4d6 in order and drop the lowest. And you've got to start as a wizard, and then you've got to train as a druid. And then you've got to find someone to teach you how to be a bard. Because it's not just given to you out of the gate, and I like that a lot. I really like that. And I think this is why I've come back to World of Warcraft again after all these years. I will talk about my own boycott of it in part 2, probably when I play tomorrow. But what am I doing? I might as well attack while I'm waiting to regenerate mana. My imp's doing okay, but I'm gonna just do that myself because my imp has mana as well. So yeah. So he's over there. Get rid of the gear that... Oh, hello, Piztal. Yeah, I will absolutely join your group. I'll deal with them. I'll put a curse on them so they can't do as much melee damage to you.
How generous.
Thank them, and we'll work together. By the way, because I'm recording this, you know, smile, you're on camera sort of thing. If anyone is acting like an asshole, please don't take it out on them or anything like that. If I'm being a bad player, look, I don't mind being called that I'm shit. I used to. I was basically bullied out of healing. I thought, no, the community does not deserve me as a healer because I'm trying to learn the game. And I'm like, no, this isn't capitalism. I was like, no, I'm trying my best. You're not going to try and help me in any way. And it's not like we haven't got time.
Hey there.
So yeah, but nowadays it's like, look, if someone's been an arsehole, don't believe them and things like that. I know saying not to do something
Safe travel.
helps in no way whatsoever. Let's harvest. I wonder if this person's doing the same thing as me, where they are essentially... I'm reading the fucking quest text, don't I? Mind you, I am keeping another player. Oh, never mind, we're no longer the party, that's fine. Yeah, the group does disband. Usually people only want to group up for just one quest. That's fine.
What can I do for you?
Are we finally free of that villain? Ha! You caught him! You've done Alwyn a great service and earned a nice bounty. I will have that. I thought it was an English cloak then for some reason. Tapered pants. Yes, I'll have those.
See you later.
I do apologise in advance. I do lose my train of thought very quickly. Yeah. So if people are being an arsehole, you know, don't give them shit. I always say that, look, sometimes you don't know if someone's having a bad day. And some people just, you know, they have a bad moment, and it's like, it's fine. Oh, I forgot, I've got a dagger. I can't dual wield because I'm not a rogue. Haha. So, oh, that was something I learnt as well, as a new player, as a new rogue player. I don't have... can warlocks ever have swords? I don't think they can. So, I'm going to sell that sword because it's no good to man the beast.
See you around.
I have a quest inside here, do I? Yes. Marshal McBride wants me to investigate Echo Ridge.
Well met. For the Alliance.
I don't like hearing of all these kobolds in our mine. No good can come of this. Here, take this as payment, and when you're ready to speak to me again, I'd like to go back to the mines one more time. Oh yeah, they do. This happens a lot, especially with mines, for some reason.
Be careful.
If they were treacle mines, I wouldn't mind so much. I wouldn't mind so much. Your previous investigations are proof that Echo Ridge Mine needs purging. Return to the mine and help clear it of kobolds. Waste no time with the Warlock. The longer the kobolds are left unmolested in the mine, the deeper foothold they gain in Northshire. Kill 12 kobold labourers, then return to Marshal McBride in Northshire. But yeah, you could have just done this in one go, but no. No, they insist on having you go back and forth, back and forth. So yeah. What I'm going to do very quickly is... I don't know if I can do it here, if I have to do it elsewhere. Social. Show toast window. No, just... Right. Okay. It's alright. Right, moving on.
Hello.
I'm interested in Warlock training. So I need to be level 6, I'm level 5. Oh, this bar down here, this purple bar is your XP bar. When that turns blue, you're well rested. That means you get a little bonus. I say that. Funny how well rested actually works in games. A lot of people might not know this, but when you're well rested, you're not actually getting a bonus of XP. Basically, instead of getting 100, it says here you're getting 100% of XP. You're not. You're getting about 80% of XP. When you're well rested, then you're getting the full amount. That's how it used to be. Basically, I think it was in EverQuest. It might have been EverQuest. It might have been other games where basically, unless you were well rested, you got less XP. So there was a motivation for resting at an inn. Life tap. Convert 20 health into 20 mana. Shadow bolts. Level 6. Okay, so how much gold do I need? I need nearly, sorry, 2 silver for that, okay. And grimoires. Oh no, I need even more bloody money! Right, so I've got to go there, but let's go to the skirmish of Echo Ridge. So here we go. Yeah, so old school D&D. It was a bit more of a social affair, and yeah, another thing I liked about it as well is it reflects MMOs, or MMOs reflected quite well, in that the world is going on always. In old school D&D, what would happen is, let's say you and your group said, right, okay, we've just done this adventure, when are we next going to play the game? Let's meet up in 2 weeks and play. Okay, 2 weeks of game time have passed. It wasn't just like the game is frozen and you pick up where you left off. It's like, okay, what are you going to do over those 2 weeks? I'm going to work a trade. I'm going to learn a skill. Okay, so you'll need this much time to do it and things like that. So your characters would do stuff in that time. The game wouldn't just sit around and wait for you to play it as such. Oh, a chest. I like this as well, that there's nice little caches of loot. I liked this in Mr. Pandaria where they did this as well. They were very keen on this. Whereas like, oh yeah, there's lots of chests to open in the world and they're quite well hidden. Go and find them. Warlords of John did this as well. I loved it. Nice little things to do in the world. So I'm going to keep looking around. Rogues are one of my favourite classes. I know I said I'd save the class fantasy stuff for another episode, but I really do want to talk about rogues. Rogues are fun because they get to pickpocket things. They get to open locks. I can't stress enough for all those. I've noticed as well, this here, I think this used to be the keychain. So, I don't know if it was added in, it might have been actually in Wrath of the Lich King, it might have been Classic, I'm not sure, or Vanilla, rather. There used to be something called the keychain. And basically, all your keys that you would collect in the game would go on the keychain. Or you'd have so many of them, basically to keep track of things. A lot of things were purged in Catalysm going into Mr. Pandaria. A lot of people don't like Catalysm. I think it's a really good expansion. It was also the one I spent the most time in, so naturally I'm going to be very biased towards it. I'm not going to bother with corruption on these guys because it's a waste of mana for enemies this low health. But it's good to get into the habit. It's very easy to fall out of good habits in this game when you're facing things that are way too low level. It's like here, I've just used a lot of resources, and now I can't get Shadow Bolt, which I really need. So I'm having to rely on my imp to do a lot of damage. I could just have my Shadow Bolt do the most damage here. So yeah, sorry, I keep forgetting my train of thought. Let's check how long we're recording. Yeah. Okay, I haven't done too bad. I've got to level 5 in an hour. That's pretty good. In my opinion, it is, anyway. That is going to slow down dramatically, especially when I'm like, oh, I really don't want to do these quests, or I start running out of things to say. I was talking about rogues before. Hang on, let me just research for steps. Rogues. Lockpicking. Really cool. And I've completely forgotten what I was saying before. Level up. Woo. No, I've completely lost it. Oh, Demon Skin. Let's have that up. Restore health. Nice. Yeah, lots of different things to do. I like it. I just like the class fantasy. I think I like the idea of having each class having things to do outside of combat. And there's stuff you can do as well, like there's professions you can do, so you can go, so there's gathering professions and there's crafting professions. So gathering is things like mining, herbalism, or... I think there's one more and I can't remember what it is, but there's mining, gathering... Oh, and skinning. You can basically go up to beasts like these and skin their hides, and if you're a miner, you can make mail armor, you can make ingots, you can make... all sorts of stuff. If you're a herbalist, you can make potions. You can, I think, even get cloth, I think. You can make cloth from certain flowers and plants. I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. If you are a skinner, you can get leather and you can make armour and things. Oh, this is the graveyard. So when you die in World of Warcraft, it's not permanent. You wake up as a ghost and you've got to find your body again. If you don't do that, you can resurrect on the spot, but you take a 10-minute debuff and your items have durability damage. And basically when your durability goes to 0, you don't get any of your benefits, such as enchantments. So yeah. I don't know when they added inscription. Was that in Catalysm they added inscription, or was it Wrath of the Lich King? I can't remember. Oh yes, if you're a miner, there's other things like this. Engineering. There's engineering as well, so you can actually make guns and little gadgets, which are very fun indeed. Hunters mostly excel with engineering because they can make guns. I think there was intended to be a woodcutting and carpentry class, so you can make bows and arrows and things like that, but I don't think it ever left beta. And I think it's something that Blizzard have toyed with over the years, but have never really fully committed to. I wonder if I can get around these 3 guys here. That's one thing I didn't like about doing dungeons in retail, is a lot of the dungeons, for some reason, players really like to skip them. And it's like they just want to run through, they want to take all the shortcuts, and then they get mad if you don't do the shortcut because it's your first time in the dungeon and you've never done it before and you don't know it. And yeah, that might have changed, I don't know, but I wasn't very happy about that, if I'm honest. Okay. So if 2 enemies are close enough to each other, it might end up with a case of you pull enemies. So that's called pulling, the idea that you draw an enemy towards you. Again, I appreciate all this is going to be very obvious to people who've played World of Warcraft before, and it's one of those things where I've sort of said that anyone who wants to play World of Warcraft has probably played it. Like even my partner, who was saying, like, oh yeah, I bought World of Warcraft and I realised I had to pay monthly for it. I'm like, no, I'd rather keep the money. That's one of the reasons why I've actually got back into World of Warcraft, because I'm not gonna lie, lately I've been filling I guess a pathological or psychological hole, void with impulse spending. It's something I'm trying not to do. Just trying to find different games to satisfy me, and ultimately not settling. But World of Warcraft is one that I can quite easily spend a lot of time on. And when I treat it as like, I've got to get to level 70 as fast as possible, I'm like, actually, I'm not that bothered. I'd rather actually just enjoy the journey. And because I'm doing that, I'm having such a better time with it. I'm really, genuinely enjoying the game. It's so much better. Like here, I've been here for an hour. In retail, I'd maybe spend at most 15 minutes in Northshire. But it's okay. Like, I'm level 5. I'm fine with that. The way I describe leveling in World of Warcraft is like... Oh no, there's too many there, I'm running away. Where do I run away to? There's too many enemies. How many have I got on my tail? No! Piztal! Run! I'm going to try and hopefully get us out of combat fast enough. If he dies, I've got to get another one, and it's not going to be him. No! He's dead. They killed him, the bastards. Who have we got now? Hey, it's Piztal again. Oh, that's good. Oh, yes. So I think what it is like, the name you get, the first imp you get, is the one you get to keep forever. I think there is someone you can see to change the name of the imp, or rather you summon a different imp. But it's basically with you for life. But you have other demons that you will summon as the game goes on to fulfill different purposes. So for example, this guy is a DPS, or damage per second, or DD, damage dealer. There are 3 main archetypes in World of Warcraft. There's the tank, who basically draws attention to themselves for the sake of the party's health, to keep enemies off them. There's the healer, who, self-explanatory really, they make sure that the party is healthy and remains alive, gives their health up nice and high, and prevents this from going down. And then you have the damage dealers, who are the rank and file, who, with their many toolkits, do different things. Every class in World of Warcraft has damage dealing capabilities, but not every class can tank. In Classic, it's very... oh, I've still got to kill 6 more of those guys. I don't know why I left that quest halfway through. ADD brain, right? Oh, no, they call it ADHD now, never mind. That's something else I can't get mixed up. Anyway, yes, so... in World of Warcraft, one of the cool things is, at least in Classic, I keep saying World of Warcraft is a Classic, sometimes I call it Retail instead. Anyway, in Classic, the game we're playing now,
Hello.
a lot of different classes can heal or tank, especially tank, because it's all about things like your stamina, so how much health you have, maybe even equipment that you have access to. Like, for example, this spell here might actually help me be a bit more survivable than, say, a mage, because it's increasing my armor and it's increasing my it's restoring my health as I go along. So am I going to be tanking as a warlock? Very unlikely. But if you need someone to join you in a dungeon, why not? It's not mandatory for me to select the tank role as such. Now that my crop is saved, take this great manifest to Brother Niels. He manages a store of food and drink in Northshire, and I'm sure he'll be delighted to hear that he has fresh crops. Oh, hello! That's a level 70 player there. Why the hell are they here? I wonder if they're doing the quests here. Champion of the Naru. So that's the person on a mount. Nice. That mount is cool. I love the Night Elf mounts. Every race has their own mounts, and I think by default, depending if you have the corresponding race, you can get a discount, I'm not sure, but it also depends on your reputation, like here for example. So because I'm a human, I've got more reputation with Stormwind, but I am also very likely to get more reputation for doing quests for humans, and also as well because I'm a human, I naturally just get more reputation gain.
Good day to
And
you.
reputation gain is where, depending on how high that bar is, the more stuff you can get. Anyone who knows Insane in the Membrane, I did it in retail during Mr. Pandaria. Yeah, I did that in 21 days. So, I'll tell that story another time, but I loved it. I loved doing Insane in the Membrane. Now that my crop is saved, take the yeah, okay, so you'll find Brother Niels in the Abbey, in the bell tower, where you taste his wine. Great, we get a wine-stained cloak. That sounds familiar. That survived Catalysm. Survived the Catalysm, rather. So the Catalysm is an event that will happen in 3 expansions' time. 2 expansions' time, rather, because we're in Burning Crusade now, where the world basically gets blown up and remade. A great big dragon called Deathwing comes along and basically breathes fire on everything, and all the quests are kind of redone and everything. Let's have a look around actually. Because it's a beautiful game. Is Warcraft. The style is timeless. I love this art style. The Braxton is a librarian.
You need something?
I'll turn you back on the light, Warlock. It may be the one thing that saves you someday. Yes.
Be careful.
Yes, I just like looking around. There are also books as well. So here we are. Civil War in the Plaguelands. Let's read. I will be doing this a lot. In this playthrough, by the way, I'll be finding books and reading them because they illuminate you on things. So, and it might not always explain some things. This might be like a catch-up for those who haven't played the game, or Warcraft 3, or older games, but it's there. Ner'zhul, the Lich King, knew that his time was short. Imprisoned within the Frozen Throne, he suspected that Kil'jaeden would send his agents to destroy him. The damage caused by Illidan's spell had ruptured the Frozen Throne. Thus the Lich King was losing his power daily. Desperate to save himself, he called his greatest mortal servant to his side, the Death Knight, Prince Arthas. Ultimately, Sylvanas and her rebel undead, known as the Forsaken, claimed their ruined capital city of Lordaeron as their own. Constructing their bastion beneath the wrecked city, the Forsaken vowed to defeat the Scourge and drive Kel'Thuzad and his minions from the land. Weakened but determined to save his master, Arthas reached Northrend only to find Illidan's Naga and Blood Elves waiting for him. He and his Nerubian allies raced against Illidan's forces to reach the Ice-Crown Glacier and defend the Frozen Throne. So that happens in Warcraft 3. So Arthas Menethil is the Prince of Lordaeron, which was up here, around this way, and the city of Lordaeron would eventually become... where is it now? Where's Undercity? That's just... gotta find it. Undercity. So it's because it's covered by the map, we have to actually go to a location to uncover the location. But here we can click, because it's capital city. This is what's underneath the city of Lordaeron, where a lot of... in fact, yeah, the ruins of Lordaeron. So I think you come in from there, down here, and then you've also got the sewer network to escape out another way. And that's where like the bat taxis go. Yes, there are sort of flying taxis in this game. So yeah. So underneath the city of Lordaeron is the Undercity where the Forsaken, the undead, live. And the undead have joined the Horde now that they have broken free from Arthas, the Lich King, who was previously... but the previous Lich King was Ner'zhul. So yeah, all of this will become a bit more clear throughout the game, especially if Wrath of the Lich King Classic happens, which I have no doubt it will. It'll become its own game. So yeah, I'm just looking around because it's a beautiful map, and I say we've got all the time in the world. We're here for the journey, not the destination. Because as I say, I'm not overly keen on Burning Crusade, but to prevent arsing about, let's just play classic or vanilla through this medium, and then we can always do that. Now then, how do I... oh yes, of course, there is an upstairs. I just neglected to use it. Oh yes, and that's the logo of the Alliance there. As I say, I'm very much a Horde player. I found the Horde far more interesting during the time of like Wrath of the Lich King to through to like Warlords of Draenor, because it was always because like the Horde would do something and the Alliance would just react to it.
Good day to you.
And I just didn't find Alliance lore all that interesting. There were some parts of it that I was like, I'm really interested in this, I want to know more about it, and it would just darn its arse. Christie Golden would write the novels of things happening between the games. So she wrote some amazing novels, and they're really good at explaining how things happened. And
Safe travel.
I loved reading them every time, like the Shattering. So between Catalysm and Miss Pandaria, loved it. Oh no, was it? No, it was I think between Wrath of the Lich King and Catalysm. I loved that. I really did love that book. I think it was Tides of War, Tempest of War, whatever. Between like the bombing of of the place where Jane of Proudmoor lived in one of my favourite zones in the entire game. I can't remember. They blew it up. I hated they blew it up. But I read the novel to see how it led up to that decision. And it was great. There's so many things that just aren't covered in the video game, and you're sort of expected in a way to read the novels to understand it. But they're good novels. They're really good fantasy novels. Very easy to get into. So, oh my! Millie's grapes have been saved. When she told me the brigands overran her vineyards, I nearly despaired, but my faith in the light did not waver. And through your bravery, we now have our grapes for more wine. May the light bless you, Withywarlock, and keep you safe. There we are. It looks exactly the same as it did back in, or rather, I say back in the day. Back in the day will be in the future in Catalysm in 2 expansions time. So yeah. So yes, what a game. So I love the novels, and it's a shame that they sort of expect you to... There is like almost an obligation, if you want to be caught up in the lore, to read them. Like on the forums, I used to have to say, well, if you read the novel, this and the other. It's like, yeah, but like people would sort of accuse me of saying, like, you're just plugging books for Blizzard. You know, I did actually one time stupidly provide an Amazon link and make it look like I was actually trying to promote the book for Blizzard, which doesn't help when I was an MVP for the European forums, which basically gave you green text for being a most valued poster. I was an MVP for a few years. I stopped when I was just getting tired of treading on eggshells, and ultimately I just wasn't very happy with Blizzard. I had fewer and fewer good things to say about them, so I thought, you know what, I'd actually rather resign from the program than be kicked off it. So yeah. This was long before I knew of just how bad a lot of things going on at Blizzard were. They're workers, not labourers. I need to get inside here to deal with the labourers. The quest requirements are very clear. So yeah. Oh, I think I can actually buy some new stuff, maybe? I don't know, I've got to be level 6 now, man. Okay.
Not enough mana.
So yeah, I like the novels. I would like to read more of the novels, to be honest. I'm actually just massively into Warhammer novels right now, but Warcraft and fantasy would make a change. The only Warcraft novel, not World of Warcraft novel, I read was Lord of Clans, or Lord of the Clans, which Christy Golden I think actually had. It was her first Warcraft novel, I believe, and she had like I think this might have actually been 2 weeks to write it. It might have been 2 months, but she had very little time to write it, and basically was explaining how Thrall, one of the biggest characters in World of Warcraft lore, or Warcraft lore even, basically came to be who he was. Interestingly, there was actually meant to be a point-and-click adventure game called Warcraft Lord of Clans, where you play as Thrall and you're escaping the labour camp that you are enslaved in. And there's footage of it on YouTube that you can see of like a demo of it, or what little of the beta there was, and it looked alright, to be honest. I actually really like the idea of it, and I hope maybe one day it does come into fruition, because these games are worth playing. They are, like, people have shown that they like point-and-click adventure stuff now more than ever, I would say, especially with cozy games and things like that. I'd love to see that game finally see the light of day. I live in hope. I really do. But I'm not sure it's going to happen. So yeah, so I read a lot of the clans, loved it. It's not like the best fantasy fiction I've ever read or whatever. I find a lot of stuff, like when I say like books are good, what I usually mean is that they're digestible. They're easy to get into. I find it hard to put down just because it's a bit easy to read. Because honestly, I'm not gonna lie, I don't know good fiction from bad a lot of the time. But I try to read fiction and get into it and give people a chance, basically. Once again, you have earned my respect and the gratitude of the Stormwind Army. There may yet be kobolds in the mine, but I will marshal others against them. We have further tasks for you. Well, there's gloves.
Light bless you.
Report to Goldshire. Oh god, right, okay. Let's see how that goes. Withywarlock, you are a warlock. Sure am, matey. With proven interest in the security of Northshire, you are now tasked with the protection of the surrounding Elwyn Forest. If you accept this duty, then I have prepared papers that must be delivered to Marshal Dugan in Goldshire. Goldshire lies along the southern road past the border gates. And there I receive a pikeman's shield that I cannot use because I'm a warlock. Just lose him. You got a Smith with a warlock? Thank you! I'm going to sell some stuff. I can't use maces.
Light bless you.
Boneless gloves.
King's honor, friend. Be careful.
Report, kobolds. The activity of kobolds has increased in the vicinity of Northshire Valley. They camp north of the Abbey within the Echo Ridge mine in alarming numbers. I marshal paladins, warriors, and other local folk to aid me in ridding us of the vermin. This progress as well, and I will update as needed. Report thieves. More alarming than the kobolds, a human gang of thieves has emerged in the valley. They wear red bandanas and call themselves the Brotherhood. This level of organisation may lead to trouble, both here and all of Elwyn Forest. I've stopped for a reason. We have identified one of their leaders, one Garrick Padfoot, and I hope to bring him to justice soon. Well, yeah, kinda took his head off, so I think we've done that. Report wolves. There's been an increase in the reported animal attacks in Northshire. Egan believes the wolves are in the valley. We're scared here from Duskwood. Although the wolves rarely hunt human prey, the sheer number of them has caused some incident with farmers, and many livestock have gone missing. Commendation. The bearer of these documents is to be awarded deputy status within the Stormwind Army. Having served Northshire with eagerness and distinction, I am confident they will find this person useful in Elwyn Forest. Marshal Douglas McBride, Stormwind Army, Northshire. Nice. So, what we've got here, I'm going to show you something. I hope someone might be able to, with an inkling for game design, might be able to tell me what this is. So, I know it's a wall. Right, but basically, you'll see this a lot in World of Warcraft, is, for some reason, you have this, you walk through here, and why can't I just walk straight forward? Why do I have to walk around? Now, I have two guesses for this. One, it's to slow down enemies, so the Horde can come over to Stormwind, and the Alliance can go over to Durotar, and to Orgrimmar, their city, their capital city.
Well met.
And I'm guessing that they'll try and come in on mounts, and if there wasn't a wall there, they'd go straight on ahead and kill people. Now,
King's honor, friend.
we've got the guards here, level 65, and they're also flagged for PvP, so player versus player combat. And I've got guards there as well, just to make sure that if anyone's going to try and get through, they will have to face guards attacking them. So, even on a mount, they've still got to go around here, and then they've got to go up there, sort of thing, you know?
What can I do for you?
That's my guess. Bear in mind, flying isn't really a thing in Classic, except for in Outland. You can't really fly here in the world. Another reason why I think this wall exists is for loading purposes. So basically, World of Warcraft at the time was not overly... I'm just going to actually just splash around the water because it sounds nice. World of Warcraft wasn't overly resource intensive, so but it was still, because it's full 3D graphics and there's no loading screens, or virtually no loading screens, when you transition from one area to another, it's got to load a lot of stuff in the background. So, I think this wall is here basically to prevent the game from loading too much. Like over there I can see a fair way down there. I can see a building over there. I can see some land over there, maybe on a river. I can see quite far away is my point. Yeah, so I'm wondering if that was why. So basically, you put that there to stop it from loading what's behind it, and putting too much pressure on your computer.
You need something?
Every adventurer has to rest when exhaustion sets in. There's no finer place to rest and relaxation of the Lion's Pride in. My best friend, Innkeeper Farley, runs the Lion's Pride. If you tell him I sent you, he may give you special discounted rates on the food and drink. To find the Lion's Pride Inn, travel south along the road from here. You can't miss it. Speak to Innkeeper Farley at the Lion's Pride Inn.
See you around.
I'm very confident he's going to give me this discount, aren't you? So yeah. So, follow the road, and we're a lot less likely to be attacked by other things. But we can also look around. You can see the different critters.
Good day to you.
We've got here
Step on up.
Donny Anthania, who's a crazy cat lady. That's her title there. And we've got non-combat pets that you can have follow you around.
For business.
So yeah, so you've got different cats that you can have follow you around, and they can't be attacked by other players. But they can't provide any combat advantages. They're just there to be companions, which I think is really nice. It makes travelling the world a lot less lonely. But yeah, Mr. Pandaria added pet battles, and I think pet battles are one of the best updates to come to the game, because it's something that you can do at all levels. Catalysm got a lot of flack, but it did a lot of things right. Like transmogrification, the idea that you can change the appearance of your items without having to actually wear a different item. I like that a lot. And now transmogrification is one of the most popular parts of the game. It allows your character to look how you want them to. No complaints there. There were a lot of rules and restrictions back in the day. I don't know if that's changed at all, but hey, can't win them all, right? Spider. Bulls, oh yes, yes, enemies are a bit more hostile now that you're sort of out of the tutorial zone. Look at this building, I can't remember what's here. I'm trying to re-familiarise myself with places. A fishmonger, Libra, a mat.
You need something?
So you can learn fishing.
What can I do for you? Have a good one.
You can learn fishing, first aid, cooking. I don't know if you can learn all of the skills though. So, yes, this will be a place for
See you later.
skills. Right, have I got a calendar? No, I don't think I've got a calendar yet. Okay, that's fine. Right, so, oh, hang on, there's another book somewhere. Where was that? Oh, no, it might have just been a chair. I could have swore there was a book I could read somewhere. Got the kiddos. Sometimes World of Warcraft is full of references. Hey, it's John. Nice. Look a bit weird all standing like that, not really moving at all. Disturbing. Yeah. So sometimes I look at a character's name and I'm thinking, right, what's this a reference to? Because some of them are just so in your face. I'm trying to genuinely think what this is a reference to. This is Goldshire. This is where a lot of players hang out. If you're on Argent Dawn, EU, and I think even the US as well, I'm not sure, expect to see a lot of ERP. That's erotic roleplay. Yes, lots of people getting naked and jiggy with it,
Go with
and
honor, friend.
applying
Be careful.
things for coin.
Alliance. Light bless you.
You have word from McBride? Northshire is a garden compared to Elwyn Forest, but I wonder what Marshal McBride has to report. Here, let me have his papers.
For the Alliance.
Well, it says you've been awarded acting deputy status with the Stormwind Marshals. Congratulations. And good luck. Keeping Elwyn for safe is no picnic. What with the army busy doing who knows what for who knows which noble. It's hard to keep track of politics in these dark days.
Light bless you.
The mine in Northshire isn't the only one with problems. I have reports in the Fargo Deep mine in Elwyn has also become a haven for kobolds. Explore the mine and confirm these reports, then return to me. The mine is almost due south of Goldshire, between the Stonefield and McClure homesteads. Explore the Fargo Deep mine, and then return to Marshal Dugan in Goldshire.
Go with honor.
So we've got a forge there, where you can learn mining, and blacksmithing. Right, what's good in Lakeshire? So yes, lots of different things you can learn to make.
For the Alliance.
So
Good day to you.
I'll sell it because I don't need a shield.
Hello. See you around.
Light be with you.
So yeah. Have I got mail? No. There's Lion's Pride Inn. Yeah, there's lots of stuff goes on in here.
You need something?
Rest and relaxation.
See you later.
Rest and relaxation for the tired and cold. That's our motto. Please take a seat by the fire and rest your weary bones. Would you like to try a sampling of some of our fine food and drink? So we get a small pumpkin and we get some water. I must choose between the two. I'll have the water.
Have a good one.
And we've leveled up. Nice, we're level 6 and we're now starting to rest up here, which means we will soon get our well-rested experience. I'm going to set my Hearthstone here. So this does this allows us to, when we cast this, we get to go to the place that we've set it.
Finest goods. Safe travels.
And you can do that once per hour, 24 times a day.
Well met. Be careful.
Good day to you.
I can teach you how to cook. Nice. Now I don't know if I'm going to actually learn how to do that yet, because I imagine I should. Ooh. I like how warlocks usually hang around in the basements or whatever.
What can I do for you?
Selena Darkheart. I like how, yeah, it's like, how, you know, like, how evil can you be? Well, my name is Darkheart. Oh, yeah, very
Need help?
edgy. Blood Pact. Do I want to? Yeah, let's learn Blood Pact. We'll teach our warlock. Our imp. What's that? Blood Pact increases party members' stamina by 2. Nice. So having this pet out provides this buff. I can turn it off, but why would I? It's free. Let's do it. Let's have that on all the time. Increase stamina by 2. No downside to having it on.
Can I help you?
Although, I think there's actually a limit of how many buffs you can have going on at one time. Where is that rank? Oh, right.
Later.
Now, spellcasters, lifetime. Let's have a look there. Spellcasters. Oh, yeah, show all spell ranks. So, I could choose which rank I'm going to have for my spells. Now, this one takes longer to cast and it costs more mana, but it does more damage. So I can choose: am I going to have the more expensive one that does more damage? Or am I going to keep the cheaper one? I think it's worth it to have the rank 2 one. So I'm going to try that and find out. We will get facilities later on called talent points that will allow us to benefit more from that. So, upstairs as well there's different trainers.
there.
I will read up on the skills so I can actually do the cooking sort of stuff. What else? Yeah. What? Lovely artwork. Hello, Ice Crown of the Frozen Throne. This will be a good book to read. Kil'jaeden cast Nazul's icy cask back into the world of Azeroth. The hardened crystal streaked across the night sky and smashed into the desolate Arctic continent of Northrend, burying itself deep within the Ice Crown Glacier. The frozen crystal, warped and scarred by its violent descent, came to resemble a throne, and Nazul's vengeful spirit soon stirred within it. From the confines of the Frozen Throne, Nazul began to reach out his vast consciousness and touch the minds of Northrend's native inhabitants. With little effort he enslaved the minds of many indigenous creatures, including ice trolls and fierce wendigo, and he drew their evil brethren into his growing shadow. His psychic powers proved to be almost limitless, and he used them to create a small army that he housed within Ice Crown's twisted labyrinths. As the Lich King mastered his growing abilities under the Dreadlord's persistent vigil, he discovered a remote human settlement on the fringe of the vast Dragonblight. On a whim, Nazul decided to test his powers on the unsuspecting humans. Nazul cast a plague of undeath, which had originated from deep within the Frozen Throne, out into the Arctic wasteland. Controlling the plague with his will alone, he drove it straight into the human village. Within 3 days, everyone in the settlement was dead. But shortly thereafter, the dead villagers began again to rise as zombified corpses. Nazul could feel their individual spirits and thoughts as if they were his own. The raging cacophony in his mind caused Nazul to grow even more powerful, as if their spirits provided him with much-needed nourishment. He found it was child's play to control the zombies' actions and steer them to whatever end he wished. Over the following months, Nazul continued to experiment with this plague of undeath by subjugating every human inhabitant of Northrend. With his army of undead growing daily, he knew that the time for his true test was nearing. So all that is where we're leading up to Warcraft 3, the Frozen Throne, the expansion. So yeah, any other books to read? No, I do like a good lore book. I really do. I'm always happy to take the time to read them. Like, I love doing it in the Elder Scrolls. So, like, anything here worth seeing to? No, I think we're all good. I'm going to keep that dagger, actually. I like to keep my old starting gear out of sentimentality. Oh, we've got a quest inside here. Let's have a look. Who's got a quest for us? This gentleman here.
Hey there.
William Piztal. Hello, good sir. Do you have a moment? My brother and I run an apothecary in Storm, and I'm here to gather large candles for the wax. Can you help me? You can get large candles from kobolds, and I hear the kobolds are infesting the Elven mines. The Fargadink mine to the south and just below mine to the east. I was just looking for candles in those places. Bring 8 large candles to William Piztal in Goldshire.
See you later.
You know, take candle. Oh, but we shall. So yeah, I remember in ESO, the first book I read was one from Morrowind called Racial Phylogeny or something like that, or phylogeny, whatever the case may be. And it was a bit grim, and it talks about how certain monsters kind of are born out of horrible ways, and the unfortunate discovery of how some of them and the people who birth them live and die with that. And you can tell it was from a different game, because the rest of ESO's writing is absolutely glib compared to that. I will never forget, of course, in World of Warcraft, when I think it was in the War Within expansion, where Chromie has said, haha, let's not tell Alexstrasza that she's about to be sexually violated. Oh, whoopsie. As you go back in time, and we can't prevent it from happening because we don't twist time and things like that. We can only fix the timeline. We can't actually do anything good. We unfortunately have to let these things happen, but let's just, have a bit of a giggle about that, and it's like, that's not very good, Blizzard, especially when you've got all this stuff going about the allegations, the investigation's still going on that you're shredding evidence for. Yeah. That's... yeah, there's a few things like that. It's like, I'd rather the game be a bit more dignified about it, but it isn't. Anyway, the kobolds in these parts sometimes carry gold dust, and I could really use the stuff. Bring me a load of it, and I'll give you the best price in town. Best price in town. You can find kobolds in the Fargadeep mine to the south, and the Jasper Lode mine to the south. From Remy 2 times. Yes, this is of course a reference to
See you around.
Goodfellas. With what was he? Was he Remy 2 times or Johnny 2 times or whatever? Yes.
Go with honor, friend.
Right. Where are we going? So let's have a look at our quests. So the Fargadeep mine. The Fargadeep mine is due south of this is due south. So we'll take this road here. Oh, we go south. There we go. How long have we been playing for? 2 hours. We ain't done too bad for 2 hours. This is, I think, where the game is really going to slow down, I think, in terms of experience and things like that. But as long as we're taking plenty of quests and killing plenty of enemies in a reasonable amount of time, things should be going okay. Most of your experience is going to come from quests. I'll talk about that in a moment. Because in massively multiplayer online and role-playing games, games like EverQuest, you would get experience points from killing things, pretty much almost exclusively. Quests were added to games essentially to give you a reason to kill things, but they didn't really give much experience points from what I understand. It was basically just like, hey, if you want some story in your game, and you're not making your own story, then why not go about let's write some stuff for you to do. I really should actually be looking around rather than just trusting my instincts. It's a good job I have a rough idea as to where I think this is. What level am I? Level 6. I think I can take on a kobold.
I'm out of range. I need to get closer.
Okay, he's moving well, that's good. Oh, wee! Any quests for me yet? Because I think there's some here. There is. Aha! Is that 2 quests, I say? Auntie Bernice Stonefield.
How are you?
I lost my necklace, and I think that good snipe Billy McClure took it. He's usually scuttling like a rat around the McClure vineyards to the east. Here, get my necklace back, and he'll warm an old widow's heart.
See you later. Hey there.
Master Stonefield. Princess must die. The Brackwells have a huge prize-winning pig princess. The sow is huge, and she's got that way from sneaking over here and eating my veggies. So before she comes to our fields, Princess must die. Bring me her collar as proof of the deed, and I'll give you something for your time. Princess is usually over the Brackwell pumpkin patch to the east, beyond the McClure farm. Get here before she gets hungry and comes back here.
Be careful.
Alright then. So yes, we've got the Stonefields and the McClures, who are at war with one another. So, that'll be Fargadeep Mine. That's the other farm there. So we can go off the beaten path a bit, and we can go there now. Oh, there's a bear! It's level 9! Shit! I don't really want to fight that. Oh, I'm going the bloody way. Anyway, as I was saying, yes, so quests were basically just an excuse to give you something to do and go out, but World of Warcraft changed things up where you're sort of getting, there we are, that's the iconic line, say the line part! In fact, no, I'm just going to stab him to death. Where quests were added as a way of giving you a large percentage of experience points. So you didn't just have to go around killing monsters. And don't forget as well, World of Warcraft was... for those who don't know, World of Warcraft, if you think this takes a lot of time, or is perhaps even considered hardcore, WoW was considered the casual version of MMOs. It was considered like baby's first role-playing game. Like, for a lot of players, they can't conceive just how much, you're having fun playing this. Just keep doing that. Oh yes, and you can actually kill yourself by casting Life Tap over and over again. The game has no limits on that. It's like, if you want to do that, you absolutely can. It's not going to prevent you from doing it. I think retail prevents you from doing that. It's like, you cannot go below 1%. You cannot go below 1 hit point. D&D does as well, I think, sometimes. Oh dear, I forgot to do that. I forgot to cast this first and give us something to think about on the way here. Oh! Haha! We now have an extra bag. Yes, so you've got these containers here. I just so happen to find a bag. Nice. If you are into... I can't remember what it's called. Not clothier. It's basically if you work with cloth in this game, you can create your own bags, and that is incredibly useful. Level 6 out here. Yes, I have bought all the latest spells and stuff. Yeah. Right, now, so gold dust, large candles. Did I loot that? Yes, I did loot that chest earlier, didn't I? Did I? No, I didn't. So yes, so World of Warcraft at the time was considered quite casual compared to other games. Ooh, a silver bar. I might have to put it in the auction house later. We'll look at that when we get Stormwood, maybe. I wouldn't mind actually showing you the capital city in this part. We can end there. Get some rest experience, and then we can have a walk around back to Goldshire.
That spell isn't ready yet.
Because I wouldn't mind having a bit of early money, and having a silver bar might actually help me. Because you can sell other things. You can sell things to other players at the auction house, and make a fair bit of money from that.
I can't cast that yet.
Yeah, so a lot of people can't conceive that this is in any way fun. A lot of modern gamers might not be able to look at this and go, that's actually really fun. I think it's because it's so... I'm not going to lie, it is simple. I think, having seen a lot of gameplay for Classic, I think perhaps... I'm not going to say it's not hard. A game can be both simple and challenging, or it can be difficult. And I appreciate as well that what I'm doing right now, I'm just questing. I'm not doing anything more intensive than killing a lot of monsters. But I think for the vast majority of players, this is fairly simple and easy. I can turn my brain off and play this and make progress. And that's why I like it, because in retail... Oh, I should explain. Retail is what... It's called retail because you can buy it in shops, basically. Retail is like the current version of the game. It's the one where you buy it in boxes and you get it in a shop, hence retail. But yeah, in retail, I honestly have to spend so much more time being invested in that game. It was in Battle for Azeroth that I said to myself, right, I'm really going to try and get into mythic content. And I did. I did mythic dungeons. I think up to like mythic 5 with my social guild at the time. I had a really good time with it, but unfortunately, there's just a lot of things going on with the game and the playbase. Everyone was moving to Final Fantasy 14 at the time. But it sort of just drifted apart and we never really got any further than that. And I sort of abandoned Shadowlands and so on. Oh yeah, this was in Shadowlands rather. That was like, you know, I'm fucking fed up with World of Warcraft now. Oh! But yeah, it was in Battle for Azeroth that I was like, I was spending as much time as I possibly could, and I'm like, oh, there's only so much content I can do per day. There's literally an upper limit, and there's a measurable upper limit, and I'm reaching this upper limit. Like, I have the time of the day to do it. And the game won't let me. It will say, no, there's only so much you can do per day. And I'm like, oh, fucking great. So I gotta wait a few hours, so I just play another game or whatever. And I appreciate that I was in the vast minority, but the point was that the option shouldn't have been there in the first place. Like, if I have the time, like, I don't have the skill, I'm not good at World of Warcraft, but I have the time, I'm willing to put the time in, give me something to do with the time. And I was like, nope, you log in and you'll play the game when we allow you to. I was like, great. So they time-gated a lot of stuff, and I hated that. Same with Mr. Pandaria. I really put in a lot of effort into Mr. Pandaria. And my god, it was so bad. Oh dear. I'll try and debuff him. I can't heal. Oh, book you. Oh, I'm dazed! Shit, I hate that. We're gonna die, so you know what, life tap. I can't do it. Oh, hang on, that's alright. I've lost the enemy. I thought I was after the life tap to death. Just for a laugh, but I can't even do that. I was standing still. Can I get out of combat just by running away? Oh, that's I can. Oh, yeah, he's out of combat now. Right. Yeah, so a certain range you got to be to get out of combat. Oh, hello. Oh, did he kill someone? Or did I just not look that? What was I talking about now? Simplicity of the game? Yeah, I just find it easy to turn off my brain and enjoy it in that way. And I can make progress in everything I do. Yes, time gating. So basically, there were so many quests, and they would basically, once you'd done them, they would refresh in like 4 hours or whatever, or like 6 hours. I'm like, oh, that's great, but I kind of want to do it at my own pace, and like my pace is faster than the average player. And they were like, nope, we're going to have parity. I'm like, fucking great. So I'm not. So I like skill, but I've got the time. I like the ability, but I've got the time to do it. It's the reason why I used to reputation grind in World of Warcraft. It's why I didn't say in the membrane. For the hell of it. I didn't really want anything for it, but I did it. I did it because I wanted something to do. I was like, you know what, I'm going to spend my entire time doing reputations that don't matter to anyone and just having a fucking whale of a time doing it. I loved doing it. I absolutely loved doing it's in the membrane. Just switching my brain off, going around killing goblins with second monitor content going on. I didn't have a second monitor, so I just had to solve this in the background. Because I'm autistic enough for that, so yeah. You know, oh, I like that one, I'm going to wear that one instead. But yeah, I loved it. I loved... Oh, hello, this guy is called Goldtooth. Okay, I suspect he's going to be a boss, or it might even be a rare mob, I'm not sure. Oh no, I gotta kill him quick before he alerts anyone else.
Not enough mana. My mana is low. I can't cast that yet.
Huh, I gotta try and just... I got the large candles. Right.
Need more mana.
Okay, so I've killed Goldtooth, that's good. Well, I'm guessing he's going to be a named character that we're going to have to deal with later. Well, for now we don't need to worry too much about that. Let's have some more mana. Oh dear, he's brought friends. That's handy, isn't it? I'm gonna let him fight a little bit, and then I'm gonna restore my... alright. Okie dokie, it's time for me to go. I could restore my health. I'm not going to, though. Can I run away safely over here? Can I bravely run away in this direction? Yes, I can. I'm not recovering health too quickly, so I'm going to eat some food. I'm going to resummon my imp. So, yeah. So I just like that I can play this and just like I can enjoy the journey. I was trying to make a point earlier in the vineyard about what leveling in World of Warcraft Classic feels like, and it feels like there's these weights that you can sort of wrap around your legs or wrists or whatever, and the idea is it's to build strength in them. And I think they're aimed more towards elderly people. And the idea is that because it's harder to move, you're making more of an effort to do it. And the idea is you build up strength doing it. I think it's mostly for people who suffer strokes and things like that. And the reason, and the whole point of this is I'm just going to try and restore my health enough to... What am I going to cast? Do I really... No, I want something on him.
Not enough mana.
Okay.
I need more mana.
Just gotta hope this works before he kills me. Oh, lucky. 3 hit points left. The respawn rate on that guy is actually quite high, so I'm a bit worried here. I'm gonna sit down and eat. Where can I sit? Yep, so we can mine that if... Oh dear. No. Run away. Bravely run away. Where can I bravely run away to? He's running away. If I were to attack him now, he does something called evade. And basically, when an enemy is running back to their original position, or if they, for some reason, due to a bug, can't reach you, they will start doing something called evade, and that's when they'll go back to full health, and you can't hit them, but they can maybe still hit you. Sometimes not, but it's basically a way to protect the monsters of the game from from exploitation from players. Of course I got a guy here. Is he affecting my summoning too bigly? A little bit. He's knocking my progress back every time he hits. Cast that on him just to slow his... Oh, it's Goldtooth. That's fucking great. That means the other one might be coming along soon. So I've reduced his melee attack power. That means it's going to be harder for him to hit me. Oh! Move. Never mind. The other one's come along now. Great. I'm going to have to run. In fact, fuck it, let's have a health potion. Because I'm sick and tired of fucking running away. I'm up here now, so I'm going to do this. Right. Let's eat. You can eat a drink at the same time as well. I have a tankard full of cheese. Or mushrooms even. Right. Onwards! There's a chest there. I want whatever's in your... I want your chest. Oh, great! There's someone else here, because of course there is. Fucking... Right, whatever health you're on, that's going to have to suffice.
Not enough mana.
I was about to say, please don't tell me it's locked. There was something I was seeing in the vineyards. I'm trying to remember what it was. Hey, look at all that stuff. Let's sit and eat. Let's have some bread. Yes, so like leveling in this game feels like you've got weights around your legs, and like every step you take is rewarding. You can feel that muscle building. Every level feels like it's what I said about the journey, not the destination. Is like I actually enjoy playing the game. I'm not just racing to end game. I'm not worried if the game surpasses me in any way, because I'm here for the quests. I'm here for the experience of just chilling out in this game and just making my own way, and like not having to worry about like, oh no, I'm not going to be set back in any way in this game by doing more. Yes, I might lose money, but here's the thing, like, money is going to come and go. I cast corruption on you because I got my imp. Am I going to need a potion? Yep. Right, I don't actually mind eating a bit of food. That's stopping every time. Oh! So the reason why I'm going this deep into the mines is because I actually really just want to explore. Like, I've done the quests. I could just go back right now. That would be an optimal use of my time. Or I can look around and see what the crack is. Yeah? Ain't that fun? I could just do that. It's just something I could do. I wouldn't overly be interested in that if I were playing retail, because I'd want to get to the end game. Because I think it's catastrophic that there's this almost like a motto for, I think, the modern MMO player, which is the game begins at end game. And I really don't like that attitude. I'm playing Classic now because I used to be one of these terminally end game focused players, but I've always been an advocate for the new player experience. Unfortunately, the forums have been nuked that many bloody times in the times that I've been on World of Warcraft that I don't think a lot of my old WoW forum posts exist anymore. But I used to be an advocate of new players. And I used to constantly be like, look, let's have some more content for them. There's so much stuff we could do to give new players stuff to do, and it's like, why are we not doing more of it? Pet battles were amazing. I remember when people hated pet battles. Again, a really, really popular thing that has its own niche, because it just ripped off Pokemon. That was the reason to hate it. You know? As if it's just a good enough reason, you know? I'm like, that's such terrible thinking. But it was something that all players could do at any stage of the game. You could leave the starter area. You could, in fact, you could start in Northshire and just find a critter to fight and just duel it with whatever pets you had. It was really good. It was an alright system. If I were playing retail today, I'd probably actually be doing all that sort of stuff. I'd be doing the stuff. The stuff that interested me the most was like reputation grinding. I'd grind reputations to Exalted because I could. Because it was just a nice little thing to do. You know? That's the long and short of it. I did it because I could. Because it was something different. Because... Oh, someone's asking for help with Hogger. Or to join a group to defeat Hogger. Hogger is one of the famous bosses of World of Warcraft, and I might just run away from this fight. Is there anything up here? Anything worth stealing? The thing is, if I die for the first time. Not too bad. So now we're a ghost, and we're going to go to the mine. Oh, we've got to go all this way, so it's that there. Got to run all the way here. If you're a night elf, you can turn into a wisp, and that gives you an additional movement speed, which is incredibly helpful. It's so good. It changes everything. Now, of course, you could, of course, talk to like Ghost over there, and say, no, I want to respawn here. But if you do, your gear takes 75%, I think, durability damage. That means your items will break. You don't get any benefits on the armor, any enchantments on it. You can't use your weapons if they're broken. That sort of thing. Don't let it happen. And you've got to pay a fortune to repair it. So, yeah. So death does have consequences, and one of the big consequences is a loss of time. So I died here, underground, but it was roughly here I died. I could actually resurrect here. If that's honest, I will. Because... Oh, shit. Run. I've done the quest, so yeah. But yeah, time is one of the biggest things you will lose in WoW. I'll have that so I can regenerate the health that I'm going to lose from that. I'm losing 1 health from that poison every 3 seconds, but I regenerate 3 health from this and general health regeneration. So yeah, one of the big problems with World of Warcraft is, because it's a subscription-based game, you're going to lose a lot of the penalties are time-based. So the reason why the game has you such low drop rates for items is to basically keep you subscribed to the game. Everything the game does is there to penalise your time as a player. Because when you're paying $8.99 a month, or I think it was like $6.99 a month at the time, maybe $7.99, whatever the case may be, point it's actually quite cheap. The longer it can keep you playing and running from one end to the other, the longer it does that, the more money Blizzard are going to make, basically. Yeah, and you'll pay for the privilege, basically. So ideally, you kind of want to stay alive and try and optimize, like get as much speed out as you can. I don't like saying optimize or viable. Viability, I think, is a term that's been poisoned by players for years of other games as well. Of like viability and non-viability as such, or optimal. But yeah, like, I think speed. If you can find a way to make the game faster for you, do so. Not to rush it. Like here, I'm spending time reading this quest text, or standing here talking, when when I'm losing time. Time is money. I'm not saying rush through the game, but I am saying farting with mage. Okay. Yeah, but the point is, oh hello, player there who has a mount. Nice. Got the Reawakened Face Hunter. I believe that's a premium mount. Well, yeah. Ordinarily, I try not to show premium items in the games I record, but because it's an MMO game, it's a multiplayer game, people are going to have stuff. I'm not going to do any advertising for Blizzard, but other people probably will. Anyway, yeah, so if you can, try and make the game faster for yourself, but not rushing it. So, by all means, have quest helping add-ons. I probably will add a lot of add-ons that will make the game a bit faster for me to play. It's like quest helpers and things like that, but I don't need them. It's just it's convenient, and I want to play. I actually want to have fun playing the game. So like right now, I'm not using any add-ons, but I probably will get things like I think it's called Questy. There's other ones as well, or maybe WeakAuras. General things to just make the game go a bit smoother for me, so I'm not boring you as well. Because like right now, I'm just talking to you instead of accepting this quest. I can't do two things at once. I've long established that. That's why I've always had to use a quest for a script for reviews. So yeah, this is bad news. What next, dragons? We'll have to increase our patrols near that mine. Thanks for your efforts, and hold on a moment, I have another task for you. Of course you do. The Just Below mine. Thanks to you, we know the Farga Deep mine is infested with kobolds. We need to scout to investigate the more distant Just Below mine. Explore Just Below mine and confirm any kobold presence. To reach the mine, travel east of the road until you reach the Tower of Azora. From the tower, head north and you'll find the mine at the foothills. Explore the Just Below mine. Okay,
For the Alliance.
Do you still need signatures? I will accept this trade. I'll sign at the charger. Perfect. Have a good day. Oh yeah. So, what that person was doing is they're asking me to sign a charter for a guild. Guilds are essentially clans, and of like-minded players that you can use to group up and chat with exclusive chat channels, and I think you get other perks as well. But that person basically wanted it for a bank. He's dressed like a banker, and he wants the guild bank. So you have like your own bank vault. You can put stuff in, and he's using it for extra storage, which is a very good idea. Guild banks for personal banking are very useful.
See you around. Need help?
Also, when I try to interact with players as well, I try to say, you know, thank you very much, have a good day. Because I do wish them a good day.
What can I do for you?
Did you get those candles yet?
See you.
Yeah, busy hunting kobolds, weren't you? Thanks for the candles for the walk, and here's your reward.
Have a good one.
Way! Leveled up to level 7. My brother Morgan is waiting in Stormwind for my shipment of candles. I don't have enough time to make the trip myself, but if you'd like to take the shipment, he'll pay you well. I buy the candles, and as you find Morgan in our shop, Pestil's Apothecary in the Stormwind Trade District. And we'll be able to choose explosive rockets, oil of Olaf, or Lion Strength Elixir.
Safe travel.
And 3 silver pieces, which is not bad at all. I'm going to check downstairs to see if there's anything waiting for me here.
Can I help you?
So, packed. Oh, that's a thought. I've got some of my imp, hadn't I? Because I didn't do it earlier. I've got some stuff to sell as well. There's a note attached. Sorry, I'm trying to sell you that and I don't want to. No! Ah! B! Thank you. Hello, Morgan. Business in Goldshire is brisk, so brisk that I haven't had time to send you any shipments. I commissioned the person bearing this note to bring you a package of large wax candles, you know, the ones the kobold wear on their heads. Please give this person our thanks and the fair payment. So, do I have any more grimoires? I've already known that, so I don't need to do that. Grimoire suffering. Oh.
See you around.
Very nice. Okay, have you got any spells for me to learn? Curse of Agony at level 8. But no. Biology, create health, destruction, like 10. Yeah, so, mostly I'm only getting stuff at 10. I think my next one is 8. Curse of Agony. Fear, Drain Soul.
Be careful.
Lovely. Jubilee.
Hey there.
So yeah. So I will be joining guilds later, but for now, I'm not overly bothered. Oh yes, and when that person has got their
Hello.
all their signatures will be part of their guild, but they'll probably kick us out because they want to use it for the bank and not for anything else.
See you later.
The gold dust for me. I do. Thanks to this with the Warlock. Here's the cash, and here's a token from Associate to mine. You might find it useful. Bag of marbles decreases the target's chance to hit by 25% for 10 seconds.
See you around.
A fish peril. There's a new threat in Elven Forest. Murlocs are swimming up the streams of Eastern Elven, scaring away the fish and attacking gentlefolk. I warned Marshal Durgan, but he's more worried about the Burnals and bandits. He's not convinced the Murlocs are in any danger. Please with the Warlock, speak to Durgan and persuade him to send more troops to the east.
Have a good one.
Greetings. Light bless you.
Yes, I spoke with Rami. I respect him as a merchant, though all the reports of Murlocs to the east has been sketchy at best. You consider noted, but until I receive a military report of a Murloc threat, we can't afford to send more troops east.
Go with honor, friend.
If you are concerned the rumours of Murlocs are true, then do this. Travel to the Eastern Elven Bridge and speak with Guard Thomas. He's been stationed at the bridge for the past week and will know the area. Bring me his report. Okay, so there's a lot of going back and forth, so basically go that way. Yeah. Right, I want to go to Stormwind City. So we've come down that path. We're going this way now. To the city, to the capital city of the humans. Because I want to make sure that this shipment is sent. So yeah, Piztal John. That's not one of my characters. What are they? Oh yes, of course it's spec players.
Far away.
So if you get close enough, you can actually look at their gear. They are, so you can see what they are. You can see their PvP stuff, their talents. Well, you will be getting our talents later on, but yeah. Oh, they're a warlock. Nice. Cool. So we'll get to see that at level 10 probably in the next video, and you get to have a look at their gear.
How kind of you.
Fatima Mage, nice. I'll change the channel. So yeah. So let's have a nice stroll up to Stormwind City. And we get to see some of the statues there. And I will actually get to see Stormwind City in Classic. Because I only really know it from Catalysm. I don't have many memories of Wrath of the Lich King at the time before Catalysm. I think it was actually doing the pre-patch. So a lot of the stuff that I know basically came from Catalysm. So I think a lot of these statues were destroyed, but we get to see here some of the great heroes. So, Alliance Territory, the Valley of Heroes. So, go into the waterways there. Oh, so I don't think I've demonstrated swimming, but yes, you can swim as well. And here we have the trade channel going off. That's where people are peddling their wares or services. Trade chat is essentially the biggest channel that everyone tends to use, even for general chat. Got a Night Elf there. Hello, level 60. Oh, hello. Bow before them for the lesser magic wand. Wow, okay. Like, people are really, really kind in this game. I had someone give me gold. I'll bind this item to me. So now, woohoo! I've got a wand. It does 12 to 22. Well, you know what? I'm having that. Right, yeah, I'll get rid of that ability, and I will have my wand ability. Shoot. Nice.
Well met.
General Marcus Jonathan. Nice. General Trillian. Turellian and Aurelia. It is Turellion, yes, or Turellian. Yeah, Turellian and Illyria. And I think that's Illyria there. Are two people who have been major characters in Warcraft. Former Lieutenant of Lord Anduin Luthar, Knight of the Silver Hand, High General of the Alliance Expedition that marched into the Orc homeworld of Draenor, presumed deceased. Erosastar Nodara Gador by Darador, by blood and honour we serve. You were the right hand of justice and virtue, old friend. Your name will always be honoured in our halls always. Lord Uther the Lightbringer, Knight of the Silver Hand. So I think it was in Warcraft 2 where this happened.
What can I do?
Where Turellian all went into the Dark Portal. I wonder who this is. Is this... Ah, yes, Mage Khadgar, who had a bit of a glow-up. He actually aged downwards somehow in... Was it Warlord's Draenor? Former apprentice of Medivh, Supreme Commander of the Alliance Expedition that marched the whole homeworld of Draenor, presumed deceased. Never did one so selflessly delve into the dark art of magic and warfare. We wish you well, bold wanderer, wherever you are. Antonidas, Archmage or Archmaid of Dalaran. Dalaran is will be the floating city. I don't think it's floating at the moment. But yeah, so these two. So I think you will actually meet these characters in Outland. So this is a bit of foreshadowing here. They went there, and now we might find them. Ranger Captain Illyria Windrunner, sister, I believe, of Sylvanas Windrunner. Renowned troll hunter of Quel'Thalas, lead scout intelligence agent of the Alliance expedition that marched into the Orc homeworld of Draenor, presumed deceased. Your heart flew straight as any arrow upon the wind, sister. You were the brightest of our order. You were the most beloved of our kin. Sylvanas Windrunner, Ranger General of Quel'Thalas. Oh dear. Who else have we got here? Danath Trollbane. I don't know much about Trollbane actually. Militia Commander of the Stromguard, Tactical Advisor to General Turellion. Force Commander, yeah, Master of the Presumed Deceased. We honour your memory, nephew, and your sacrifice since the founding of our glorious empire. The path of valour has always been drenched in the blood of heroes. Thoras Trollbane, Lord of Stromguard. Yes, I think it's where Stromguard, where Thrall was enslaved, I believe. And he got his name Thrall because that's who he was. He was a thrall of, I think, Stromguard. Kurdran Wildhammer, the Wildhammer clan. Renowned dragon fighter, Griffin Master of the Airy Peak, commander of the Griffin Rider division attached to the Alliance expedition that marched into the Orc homeworld of Draenor, presumed deceased. We will hear Skyree's calls upon the wind. We will hear your hammer thunder across the mountaintops. Ride hard into the hereafter, brother. The halls of our ancestors await you. High Thane, Falstad, Wildhammer. Yes, the Wildhammers we will get to know more of later, I think. But also, they will play a large role in go on. Catalysm. So yes, we've got the mage, we've got I guess the warrior maybe, or maybe the warrior there. We've got the hunter there, and of course we've got like a paladin there, the holy book. So yes. So yes, this guy you've got to get past. If you want to raid Stormwind, you got to get past him. And all these knights here. So yeah. Major Mattingly. I do believe I know what this person does.
Light be with you.
I live only to serve our king.
The Alliance.
I might have to sort these channels out, to be honest, and just like trade in a different one, just so I don't miss any messages. So yeah. This is a Draenei Shaman. They're very cool. I like Draenei. I like the Shamans. Yeah, I had a Draenei Shaman. Lots of cool gear. I like the shield he's got. What's that? A water shield, which increases the mana they get. I'm guessing this guy is a restoration shaman. What gave it away? Was it all these talents that give him all this stuff? To increase healing ability. I'd love to heal. I hope I find a really nice guild that will have a healer.
You need something?
Wine shop adverts.
Safe travels.
Let's have a look. You know what, there's some quests here. Let's do these. Oh yes, Stormwind is probably going to be the most bustling city. All these are players, by the way. He's got a... what's that called again? Elec. Yes. Elec mount. Lucan. Look at this guy. Look at this helmet. I'm sorry, I don't mean that as an insult to him. Look at that, it's beautiful. And it looks like he's got some PvP gear as well. This guy is a fighter. He's killed 41 players today. Yesterday he killed. He's killed 10,000. He's got 10,000 kills. Oh my god. He's also an arena fighter as well. 5v5 and 2v2. Nice. So PvP is player versus player. PV is player versus environment or the game. A Warlock. Very nice. I love that helmet. What is that? Gladiator's Dread Reef Hood. Love it. Love it. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. I might do some some PvP. I wonder. Biss in slot, so Biss is best in slot. I like some of the guild names here, like Lizard Gang. Nice. This is what I want World of Warcraft to look like. All these people here. This feels like an MMO to me. Oh, look there. Officer Maloof. Oh, Accommodation Officer.
Light bless you.
I don't know what that is. I think that might be PvP related. I'll try to jump on top of the fountain. Yeah. Here we have the bank here. There's a few banks here. I've got a silver bar I want to sell as well. Don't mind me. I'm British, so I such enjoy queuing, but yeah. Yeah, we just got the queue. Oh, nice! Look at that. This hunter is called him Shorty. Who's pet here? Sea turtle. You're part of this group here. What's that in your back? You've got the Sunfear Bow of the Phoenix. That sounds really cool. And you've got that axe. Legacy. Wow. Legends tell of this axe being wielded by Draenei Exarchs since the time before of their banishment from Argus. Wow. Beast Lord Helm. You've got 4 of the 5 Beast Lord things. And the more things you have the Beast Lord stuff, the more bonuses you get. Wow, that's actually really cool. Bearful Trophy Tabard of the Illidari. That is one of the coolest tabards. For obvious reasons. I actually do like, I think the Night Elf models are some of the coolest in the game. Yes. It's no wonder there's so many bloody Night Elves here. All with blue hair as well. I can't blame them. Look at this guy here with his thunder sword. What's that? What is that? Oh, I think he's logged out. Edge of the Cosmos and Latro Shifting Sword. I guess that's Latro Shifting Sword. What are those shoulders that you've got on? Whoa! He's got a big sword as well. Spite's Blade! Wow. With a Mongoose enchantment. I think it's an enchantment, anyway.
What can I do for you?
So, yes, so we got our bank. So let's stuff some stuff inside. So acolytes, stuff. Have I got anything else that I actually want to put in or keep? I don't think so. Right, that's it. And you can put your own bag slots in there as well.
The Alliance.
So, yeah. Oh, hello. Naru's Embrace. That's the Naru there that's hovering above him. Interesting. This is one of the inns, the Gilded Rose. I'm going to show you something else as well up here. I wonder if it's here. Fuzz! Where is it? I wonder if it's even in this expansion. It might only have been added in Catalysm. Yeah, there's a bit of a Sweeney Todd situation going on, where like one of the floorboards was peeling up, and there were gnome bones underneath, whatever. It's a bit grim. Oh yeah, that's a thought. There's a place. I'll show you where it is roughly. Duskwood, String of Thorn. It's not String of Thorn. Where is it? Not Blessed Lands. War Sorrows. Deadwind Pass. I think it's in Deadwind Pass. And there's an area that has been blocked off in Deadwind's Pass. Deadwind Pass. And it's like a basement. And it's been blocked off. And I don't know if it's the same in Classic or not, if they've unlocked it. But there's this area that's no longer accessible. And I think it's because the game's rating would have been too high if it was accessible. So rather than remove it, they just blocked it out.
Greetings.
Yeah, it's some weird thing. But I think it was actually banned, I'm not sure. So like you can't get in without exploiting the game to get in, and I think Blizzard don't like you doing that, so... Well, they don't like you exploiting the game, but I think they especially don't like that. Someone's crowding around the mailbox trying to get there. Let's... oh, I like your gear there. That's nice. Well, there's... Primal, Mooncloth, Shoulders. You're going to be a druid, aren't you? No, you're a priest, because it says right there. John, you idiot. But priests can use mace. That's maces, rather. Mace, they can use mace. Primal Mooncloth robe. That's 15%. That's 5% of your mana generations continue while casting. Very nice. Razzle Dazzle. What a great name for a guild. Right, let's put these in there because I'm not going to use those. I'm going to put the Weinstein cloak in there. What have we been playing? Only 3 hours. Okay. I love that. You're a druid. Crown of the Forest Lord. Whoa. Pure light. Yeah, lots of purple gear on everyone. Essence of the Martyr. I see a lot of people with this. Lower City Prayer Book. Short prayers. From a dozen different faiths that contain this book. Nice. Right, you've got a quest for me. Let's accept it.
Good day to you.
Why shop advert?
Have a good one.
If you don't know about wine, then they know we Galaners sell the best wine in Stormwind, and we're not far, still in the trade district along the city's lovely canals. Here, take this pamphlet. Go to my sister Suzette at our shop for a complimentary bottle of our famous Pinot Noir. You won't regret it. A fairly weak beverage. Okay. Oh, Dalaran wine. Interesting. I can't wait to see what Dalaran's like in this game.
I buy and trade.
See, it's these going to be used in some sort of enchantment, I'm guessing. Ooh, let's see, healing potions. Nice. Aha! You've got a quest for me. You're Morgan Pestle. Oh, a shipment from my brother. Splendid fortune truly shines on me today. Here is your payment. And while you're here, take a look around. We shall find some potion useful to you. Increases armor. Why not? Let's have some rockets.
Safe travel.
Yeah. There's a quest there for Harlan Bagley. Yeah, lots of different quests here. Usually just people wanting me to take shipments here at Young.
Hey there.
We've been doing a lot of business lately. It seems like everyone is buying armor and sturdy clothes, almost like they expect a cold, harsh season ahead. Well, those are for future areas. My worry today is I'm running out of net of cloth to sell. Another load from our supplier. So if you could take this to Schneider, Rima Schneider at the Canal Tailor and Fit Shop, I'm most grateful.
Have a good one.
There you go. We're going to do some questions for onward. They are low level, so they're not going to be overly rewarding. These quests essentially give you a way to... Big Jimmy. A lot of people are crowding around this person. I'm wondering if this is maybe a YouTuber, perhaps. Or a streamer, even. Who knows? I doubt I'm going to have quite a following. Yes.
What are you looking for?
Guns. I love the sound of guns in this game. I miss the old gun sound. Oh yes, the auction house. I need to put some silver on there. Right, so there's another quest here. It's because it's round the back on the other side of this wall. Right, I need to also stop by the auction house to sell a silver bar. I have no idea how much I'm going to make from selling a silver bar. The auction house, I've just remembered, is not installment. This would become the auction house. Whoops-a-doodles, because the auction house, there's only one in each city. It's not... How long is there supply? The person isn't upstairs, are they? No. No. So, the auction house is where you sell things to the players without having to necessarily go up to them and trade individually. Ah, this person's got a green into it. That means they're flagged for PvP in the open world. So, good on them. So, can I tell her fish up? Oh, just look at this city. It's so beautiful. Oh, you have a meeting stone. So that players can meet up to do the Stormwind Stockade Dungeon. Nice. I'll tell her if it.
Good day to you.
Oh, let's have a look at the cloth request.
Safe travels.
To the Schneiders, good day. I trust business in the Canal District is good. We are booming here in the Trader Square. We are in need of knitted cloth goods, as our supply is all but depleted. Please send the standard load as soon as you're able. Good fortune, and I hope your son Thurman's studies progress well.
Hello. See you later.
It says here that Alan's business is booming. That's good news, but I wonder why people are in need of all that armour. I've heard nothing of open war. Is there something the nobles aren't telling us? Well, thank you for bringing the request. Here's your payment, and I'll see to it that Harlan gets his supplies.
See you around.
That's it. Very basic quest, but one that I'm happy to do all the same. And now this other one. Why should I avert the Galena Winery?
Need help?
Check. That's the... Ah! You've got a quest for me, that's great.
Good day to you.
Package for Thurman. My son Thurman is apprentice at Larson's Clothiers in the Mage Quarter. He was in a hurry today and forgot his shears and needle. I know a great warlock like you must have important tasks at hand, but without his tools, Thurman can't do his apprentice work. Please, can you take my son's sewing kit to him? Larson Clothiers is one of 2 clothing shops in the Mage's Quarter. It's the one deeper in near the Mage's Tower.
Safe
Great.
travels.
So onwards we go again. Galena Winery, there we are. That's where we want to be. Supplier there doing some fishing. Probably doing it there so they're not disturbed. Supercharged Chrono Boom Displacer. Well, world effects suspended, you can't benefit from it. So I'm guessing that's an item they've got on. Riding crop increases mount speed by 10%. Oh, that's cool. We have a big iron. Okay. Ultra spectropic detection goggles. Show the location of nearby gas clouds on the minimap. Allows you to look far into the distance. Okay, interesting.
Open for business. Go with
Okay,
honor.
sir, so you've seen Renato. Well, here you are, sir. A bottle of our special Pinot Noir. You'll not find its equal in all of Azeroth.
Farewell.
Greetings.
So you can buy... Oh, Cask of Merlot is a quest item, interestingly enough.
Be careful.
Looking for something specific? Have a good one.
Interesting, okay. No quest from you. Excellent. Right. So yeah, these quests all exist just to show you around Stormwind. Now you might be wondering, well, when do we get our mount? What the fuck was that? Oh, it's a battle charger, it's a ram. Ah, it looks a bit stocky from there. That's Priest in Shadow form. I do love Shadow form. That's there, a Warlock on the Dread Steed. Love it. Sure, a lot of people with low mana down here. I wonder what's going on. I think it's dueling. I don't think you can duel in the city. Maybe they're coming from Outland. It's textiles, so... Run our way. To Nissa. Herbalism trainer. Love the steed. Swift Mist Saber. Larson Clothiers. Are you here to buy clothes? At last, I thought of getting my kit would free me from work. I guess I'll have to help the Larsons with their sewing. Oh well, fun will come later, I guess. Oh yeah, nice try. Hatter. Since the fall of Dalaran and the destruction of Quilth the Last, wares of this sort have been hard to come by, but Luke and Cordell and some other tradesmen have been doing a fine job of filling all our orders with quality merchandise. I don't think you can actually... oh yes, you can. You can inspect it. Hold down Control and left click. There you are. You can see the hats. I do love some of the clothing items in this game. They are nice. Back to you, trailer. Oh dear. I think I thought I bought them then. Nearly. Yeah. It was nice. I quite like this.
Safe travels.
So yeah, so all these people are coming from the Burning Portal, I think. That's right, Melon. Hello.
Greetings. Go with honor, friend.
Oh yes, if you want the Warlock trainers as well, they're not in the Blue Recluse, are they? They're in the... Is it called the Slaughtered Lamb or something equally obviously evil? Essential components... Where do the Warlock trainers live? I forget. Ancient curios. Yeah, there's a lot to see in Storm. We will be seeing a lot more of Stormwind as well. I'm just going to take a drink. The Slaughtered Lamb. Nothing says perfectly safe place like this.
Can I help you?
Do my first, so close to the shadows. Oh, I'm gonna sit really close to the shadows. Close as I can. Because if you go down this way, you can find like a pile of Warlocks. Hey, here's all the Warlock trainers.
Well met.
Master Shadowweave Tailor. Isn't light and dark? There's shadow. Those shadows are ours you have yet to see.
Greetings.
Zardeth of the Black Claw.
Light be with you.
Sandahi. I can't only corrupt says a week. Keep on your training and my final fate. This is where you go in
Careful.
Stormwind for your...
You need something? See you later.
You need something?
Warlock training.
Interesting.
Yeah, so I'm not going back from that. What trainer? Yeah, so they're all the same, roughly, it's just a couple of different people. But these people would become quite big figures in, in the Warlock quest of Mr. Pandaria. I believe this is going to be part of a quest as well. I think you've got to go down here to like probably kill a ghost or something and like get your Dreadsteed that way. But yeah. But I like places like this, I really do. This is so nice. It's weird. It's really freaking weird, and you know what? I love it. Teldrassil Fire Crew. So yeah, it's Pyrotechnics within an alchemy shop. So yeah, I like things like this where it's just like it doesn't serve any purpose except just to be there because it's fun to explore. it's not in any way overly streamlined. You can just explore and have a nice time with it. And that's what I'm doing now. I'm actually just wandering around, purely for the sake of wandering around. Like, I've got quests I can do, but I actually want to see the world, you know? Because it's a world worth seeing.
Light be with you. Hey there. Hey there.
Need help?
I wonder if I can... It's probably not a good idea to go all this way up here. Maybe even through what awaits. But I want to see. Because I can. Look at that person there. That's so cool. Look at that. What tabard's that? That's the... Tabard the Protector. Show how heroic you are. For heroism at the Battle of the Portal, Dark Portal. So, what if that was a pre-launch event, maybe? Pre-patch event. This is cool. If there's any books here, first of all. So, walk through. And look at that. Like, I've just... that is magic. That's not like the game, that's just actual magic. Look at that. Look how quickly that transitions. I genuinely, to this day, I have no idea how they do that. I don't understand that at all.
Well met.
Measurement to mass. Welcome to my vest. You throw the ball, be wary magic for it will bend the untrained.
What brings you here?
We have here a very rare sight. This is a high elf. High elves are very, very rare in World of Warcraft. So when, I think it was the War Within added high elves. Oh no, it was Legion, I think, as a alternative race. It was quite a big deal to just have people be able to play as high elves. And high elves as well,
I am listening.
they're sort of modelled after the Blood Elves, I think, in this game, because I think before this, high elves looked a bit different. So I think there's actually a high elf with a different character model as well.
Can I help you? What can I do for you?
But yeah, they're loyal to the Alliance, but they are very far and few between.
King's honor, friend. Greetings.
Many of them game. What else? I do not believe you possess the mental acuity for the grasp of portal magic. So if you're a mage, you can have portals to take you places. Ah, yeah. So we can't actually go to this portal. I think you got to be a high enough level. You got to be able to do like the Burning Crusade. I'm not sure. I think that's where that takes you. It takes you to the Dark Portal in the Blasted Lands. But no worries. So yeah, I just thought I'd show you that. Where else? Let's have a wander around, because again, I haven't seen classic Stormwind for a very long time, and I'm mostly used to Catalysm Stormwind, so I'm used to a lot of the damage that was there before. So the park, for example, I don't think I ever saw. I think the park was restored in the Legion, I want to say, but I think it was redone with the new graphics and whatnot, rather than the old one being there. Pistroppen. Right, go to Stelvan.
Hey there.
So yeah, I'm just looking around. This is pretty much what I'm going to be doing for the rest of the episode here today. Yeah. So this is the Park District that was beloved. Ah, this is where you'll buy... Oh, this is where you have your pets and whatnot. Okay, fine, fair enough. So yeah, the park was really missed by players from Catalysm. Not gonna lie, I like it, but I'm not quite seeing the appeal. This is one of those things that I'm perhaps a bit more disillusioned. Okay, this is like the Night Elf Quarter. I see.
Light be with you. Well met.
Click around. This is where you'll train as a druid.
How may I help?
This person's players turn into cat form. immune to polymorph effects, so you can't be turned into a chicken, for example. Like that. Medicine stuff, the boar. Fell combat. Ah, it seems as though I think you've taken bear form stuff. That's cool.
Well met. Need help?
Oh. The bell's ringing. To say it's 7 o'clock. Nice. Okay. Yeah, so the weather sort of changes as well. So, yeah. Used to be that World of Warcraft would get quite dark in the evening, but I think they changed it around the time of Catalysm because it's getting too dark for people to be able to see what they were doing. So they added, I think, in Mr. Pandaria, a potion. God, it was that potion of eternal night, and basically, like for an hour, you could, or you know, a potion. I think it was elixir of inky darkness, and the idea was like you could basically make like the sky really, really dark, and it was a thing of beauty because it really does make the world look great. And it was again a very popular addition to the game. Shall we? Okay. So yeah, park's all right. I think this is one of the things that I'm not going to agree with. Classic players is like, oh wow, this was superior to what they did in Catalysm. I'm like, no, I kind of like the damage that they did in Catalysm. I'm not saying it sounds bad, doesn't it? I actually prefer that they nuked that there. Oh, you got construction workers here. Oh yes, these are who the Defias are. So the Defias were responsible for reconstructing Stormwind. Oh, they got explosives there. Oh, I think this is actually a quest later on. Whoops. Yeah. So I think what they're trying to do is actually trying to blow up the
Can I help you?
You got my attention.
the walls to let the Defias in through the sea. Yes, because Westfall's over there and the Defias are somewhere here. But we'll be seeing them later on. But I'm sorry, I don't mean to be giving too many spoilers.
Greetings.
We're building. Oh right, okay. We're building another round down to Stormwind Harbour as soon as this wall has been removed. But this mad dwarf brought enough power to level the entire water. I know what Master Alex was thinking when he hired her. She's foul mouthed, mean as stomach knocks.
Well met.
We're trying to blow up the wall so Wick's men can work on the new harbour gatehouse and the road beyond. But the close sod is crying to me about using too much powder. I've been sapping since he was in diapers. This goes on much longer. I'll kip him into the canal and finish the whole blasted job myself.
See you soon.
Interest you on a pint?
Ah, okay. So I thought, sorry, they were trying to blow it up and let it fire them. So yes, so Stormwind I think was rebuild. Looking for port to Shat. I guess that means portal to Shatrath. Oh yes, guards at night, they will start using torches. A nice lighting effect there. Yeah, the graphics have been amped up somewhat with the classic edition.
Need help?
Okay, yep, and armor there as well. So if I were a warrior or a paladin, this is the sort of gear that I couldn't expect to have. So yeah, that's right. Yeah, so this is the Cathedral District, which is one of the biggest places for roleplay if you're on a roleplay server.
King's honor, friend.
And this is where you'll go to if you want to be a paladin or priest. You'll likely be coming here for training. Yeah, so again, this is what I was talking about earlier, this sort of block here. Is it for render distance? Is it to prevent players from getting in too quickly? Also, when you're indoors, you can't use mounts.
What can I do for you?
You need something?
Farthing,
Light be with
Archbishop
you. What can
Benedict.
I do
Wow,
for you today?
he's level question mark skull level. Means like his boss level. So he's a big character here.
You are welcome here.
Archbishop Benedictus. He will have a major role in Catalysm.
Hello. How are you?
Greetings.
Safe travels.
Be careful.
Welcome to the
Good day to
Cathedral
you.
of Light.
Greetings.
We're going to have a look around as well.
How are you?
Benjamin, can you tell me anything else?
Hello.
No,
Have a good one.
just don't tell you back in the light. Right. Oh, so you can learn first aid here as well.
Well met. Light be with
And
you.
there's some stuff you need for
Light
your crafting and whatnot. My mouth is getting a bit sore at the moment. So I might have to
It's too far away.
pat this in. Oh, Lord Grayson's Shadowbreaker. Paladin Trainer. Nice.
King's honor, friend.
Arthur the Faithful.
What can I do for you?
Not particularly this day.
Need help? Light be with you. Go with honor, friend.
I think Shadowbreaker will become a major character in future expansions. Looking for more Karazhan, fast run, need 1 retribution, paladin, off spec prot, last spot, Whisper Me Guild run. Oh, hello, the Scarlet Crusaders here. Brother Crowley, the Scarlet Crusader are like religious fanatics, they're like, well, they're Crusaders. And they're very fanatical, and yes, this is the sort of thing they employ. The Iron Maiden as such. Yeah, we will face the Scarlet Crusade later in one of my favourite dungeons of all time. I love Scarlet Cathedral. But yeah, I love the Scarlet gear. Like that red is beautiful. Absolutely wonderful. Yeah. I was so sad when Scarlet Cathedral got changed to Miss Pandaria. Because it was my favourite dungeon. I'm not gonna say they fucked it up, that's too harsh a criticism. But I miss it. I loved that dungeon. Bosses were great, aesthetically pleasing, the mechanics were fine. I get why they had to sort of change it or whatever to, you know, bring back some of the old into the new. The mechanics are great, you know, but it's just like, just not for me. City Hall, what are you doing, City Hall? City
You
Architect?
need something?
I don't think it has a purpose. Storm Census. I'm one of the city's officers, aiding the city's running for the city through Census Bureau. If you're needed located in some specific, I might be able to assist you, although I can miss
See you around.
Yeah. I can't remember. I think these buildings just exist for the sake of existing. To make the world feel a bit more lived in. Let's give... So I keep buying lips. The Argent Dawn! Now then. These are some of the rivals of the... no, it's empty. This is the Argent Dawn. Are going to become one of the biggest factions in the game later on, because they are like the leader of the Paladins. They're like the military arm of the Church of the Holy Light. And yes, they are a bit less fanatical in their administrations than... Don't think I'm stalking you. I'm not an attacker! You're a paladin, because I can tell by that colour there, you're pink. That sort of bluish there means I'm a warlock. This, I'm guessing, might be a warrior. Yes. Brown means warrior. We are now in the Dwarven District. I'm not going to go everywhere, but basically... Oh yeah, there used to be an auction house here. Well, there will be an auction house here. I keep saying there used to be. Yes, there'll be an auction house here. There'll be gardens over there later on. Over there, there'll be portals to Pandaria. This is... Is it the counting house yet? Or a bank? No, this is... I have no idea what this is going to be, but it's not a bank. But it will become a bank later on. So yeah. So I like a lot of these buildings that just exist to make the... like I said, the world feel a bit well lived in. This here does not take you to Toontown. This takes you to the Deep Run tram, which will probably take to get down to Dunmorrow and places like that. But that's where you go to Ironforge to be with the dwarves and the gnomes, and you go further upwards. You will be using the Deep Run tram later. Deep Run tram, rather. I do apologise. So yeah. Dwarven District is usually one of the busier districts in retail, or at the time I was playing, because it has an auction house. That's primarily where most players are, and this here is where the throne sits. I'm going to be very interested to see who's actually sat on the throne. It'll be Anduin Rin, won't it? Who in later expansions will become a priest. What we've down here is PvP stuff. Levis player.
Hey there.
House of Nobles.
Well met.
House of Nobles.
What brings you here?
Calidra's Dawn Breeze. Another High Elf. Again. Not quite as rare a sight as I thought.
What can I do?
But yeah, there are sometimes you will see character models that are from Warcraft 3, like the peons, not the peons, the labourers. Some of those have those character models. I appreciate this is probably not the most interesting thing to watch, but I know I'm enjoying myself. Tyrion's Spybot. Tyrion from the Gnome Reagan Exiles. If only I had a tree branch to hold up in front of me, these guys would never see me then. Gnome Reagan Exiles, I wonder why he's exiled. Alicia. I don't know what your relation to Alderman is, but given that you are in the palace, that must surely mean you have reasons to be. I thought it was a bloody great telly there, widescreen telly. Who have we got here? Ah, Dalen Pramor. Okay, so this character is interesting. He's Admiral of Kulturus. Lots of characters here I want to look at. So, Commander of the Alliance Fleets, friend of Stormwind. So, Kulturus is one of the human kingdoms. Dalen Pramor is the father of Jaina Pradmore. Jaina, who had brokered an alliance between the Horde and Alliance, basically to try and work together to bring peace. Jaina has fought hard for the Horde and Alliance to work together, and that peace was kind of broken in a way in Miss Pandaria, and it was a real shame. It was real bittersweet to see that she could never forgive Thrall and the Horde when they dropped a mana bomb on her settlement. Lady Mara Fordragon, High Clerist of Stormwind. Ah, okay. Patron of the refugees who fled to Lordaeron after the First War. She was the bright mother of our future. May she rest in the lights. Lady Mara Fordragon. I'm not familiar with Mara Fordragon, I'm afraid. King Lane the First of House of Wren. Liege Lord of Stormwind, Defender of Azeroth. Yeah, these are before my time, like back in Warcraft 2. Like, I played Warcraft 2 on the PlayStation, you know, back when RTS games were on consoles. So, yeah. Let's keep looking around some more. We've only got one more area to look at, and that's the old town. And Stormwind Keep as well. We're actually in Stormwind Keep somewhat. Stop, I want to thank you. Get back here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cumzilla. Aegwyn and the Dragon Hunt. Okay, so I think Aegwyn was one of the bigger characters when it came to dragon lore in Warcraft. I'm gonna have to get used to not saying Warhammer. As the politics and rivalries of the 7 human nations waxed and waned, the line of Guardians... Guardians, capital G, Guardians? Yes, Guardians were like... I don't know what to call them, the equivalent of the Avengers. Kept its constant vigil against chaos. There were many Guardians over the years, but only one ever held the magical powers of Tirisfal at any given time. One of the last Guardians of Age distinguished herself as a mighty warrior against the Shadow. Aegwyn, a fiery human girl, won the approbation of the Order and was given the mantle of guardianship. Aegwyn vigorously worked to hunt down and eradicate demons wherever she found them, but she often questioned the authority of the male-dominated Council of Tirisfal. So again, this is Warcraft 2, maybe in Warcraft 3. She believed that the ancient elves and the elderly men who resided over the council were far too rigid in their thinking and not far-sighted enough to put a decisive end to the conflict against chaos. Impatient with lengthy discussion and debate, she yearned to prove herself worthy to her peers and superiors, and as a result, frequently chose valor over wisdom in crucial situations. As her mastery over the cosmic power of Tirisfal grew, Aegwyn became aware of a number of powerful demons that stalked the icy northern continent of Northrend. Travelling the distant north, Aegwyn tracked the demons into the mountains. There she found that the demons were hunting one of the last surviving dragonflights and draining the ancient creatures of their innate magic. The mighty dragons, who had fled from the ever-advancing march of mortal societies, found themselves too evenly matched against the dark magics of the Legion. Aegwyn confronted the demons with the help of noble dragons, eradicated them. Yet, as the last demon was banished from the mortal world, a great storm erupted throughout the north. An enormous dark visage appeared in the sky above Northrend. Sargeras, the demon king and lord of the Burning Legion, appeared before Aegwyn and bristled with hellish energy. He informed the young guardian that the time of Tirisfal was about to come to an end, and that the old world would soon bow before the onslaught of the Legion. The proud Aegwyn, believing herself to be a match for the menacing god, unleashed her powers against Sargeras' avatar. With disconcerting ease, Aegwyn battered the demon lord with her powers and succeeded in killing his physical shell. Fearing that Sargeras' spirit would linger on, Aegwyn looked at the ruined husk of his body within one of the ancient halls of Kalimdor. Oh, interesting. That had been blasted to the bottom of the sea when the Well of Eternity collapsed. Ah. Yes, of course, the tomb of Sargeras. That must be it. The Well of Eternity collapsed. Aegwyn would never know that she had done exactly as Sargeras had planned. She had inadvertently sealed the fate of the mortal world, for Sargeras, at the time of his corporeal death, had transferred his spirit into Aegwyn's weakened body. Unbeknownst to the young guardian, Sargeras would remain cloaked within the darkest recesses of her soul for many long years. Wow. Very interesting. Build the dark portal. Okay, so Build the Dark Portal is I think actually one of the expansions of Warcraft 2 maybe? It was called Build the Dark Portal, I mean. Only a few months after Netherguard's completion. So Netherguard is, this might actually, yeah, so I think this book was added in TBC. So Netherguard, for context, is going to be one of the human settlements in Outland, or what is known as, what was once known as Draenor, before it got blown to smithereens. Became dry. Why is my FPS counter there? How on earth did I do that? Miscellaneous. Control R. Oh wow, that's there. Okay. Just on there. So yes. So upon a few months after Netherguard's completion, the energies of the Dark Portal coalesced and opened a new gateway to Draenor. The remaining Orc clans, under the leadership of the Elder Shaman, Ner'zhul. Okay. So this must have been during Warcraft 2, I think. I forget all of the wars. There's like 3 major wars. There's the first, second, and third war. And I can't remember what they were. So, as I say, I encourage people to tell me what these things are for my own purposes. Because I want to try and, be as informed as I possibly can, because I do like Warcraft lore. I probably will be playing Warcraft immediately after this. I won't be recording it, but I will be playing it. So I could maybe actually play and record it if I go on God. Anyway, the Elder Shaman Nazul charged forth into Azeroth once again, intent on stealing a number of magical artifacts that would increase Nazul's power. The Orcs plan to open new portals in Draenor that would allow them to escape their doomed red world forever. Convinced that Nazul was planning a new offensive against the Alliance, King Terenas O'Lodoran sent his armies into Draenor to end the Orcish threat once and for all. Led by Khadgar and General Terrellian, the Alliance forces clashed with the Orcs across the burning landscape, even with the aid of the Elven Ranger Illyria. The Dwarf Kerdran and the veteran soldier Danath, who have statues outside Stormwind. Khadgar was unable to prevent Nazul from opening his portals to other worlds. The tremendous magical storms caused by the portals' converging energies began to tear the ravaged world apart. Nazul, followed by his most trusted servants, managed to escape through one of the portals as Khadgar fought desperately to return his comrades to Azeroth. Realizing that they were trapped in the dying world, Khadgar and his companions selflessly decided to destroy the Dark Portal so that Azeroth would not be harmed by Draenor's violent destruction. By all accounts, the heroes were successful in destroying the portal and saving Azeroth, but whether or not they escaped their death throes, the death throes of Draenor remains to be seen. Okay, so our guys came from here, they went into space here, and this land, they basically went here, built the settlement right about there, and before this, back when this was like a whole planet, they basically closed the portal to prevent the explosion from coming through the portal and out into here. I want to say, I think it's the Badlands. Blessed Lands, yeah, I think it's there. I can't remember. Point is, there was a big explosion and they contained it, and this is what their world, like, so all the people in this book here were here when this happened, when this blew up and fragmented. So this used to be called Draenor, now it's called Outland, because it's blown to smithereens. So, Chief Escobar. Amazingly, I think I can actually follow this lore a lot better than Warhammer. The Guardians of Tirisfal Fall, the Alliance of Lordaeron. Oh, perfect. These are brilliant. Brilliant books. Okay, it's a good job we're actually covering this in this episode, because there's lots of stuff we can read. Brilliant. Okay, let's do that. So, the Guardians of Tirisfal Fall. With the absence of trolls in the Northlands, the elves of Quel'Thalas bent their efforts towards the rebuilding their glorious homeland. Victorious armies of Arathor returned home to the southlands of Strom, which becomes Stromgarde, I think. The human society of Arathor grew and prospered, yet Thoradin, fearful that his kingdom would splinter apart if it overextended itself, maintained that Strom was the centre of the Arathorian Empire. So, the Arathorian Empire, I'm guessing, is taking place in the Arathi Highlands, which is where I think the earliest human tribes came from. I think they generated from there. I think the Arathorian Empire must have been what was the first alliance of humans. After many peaceful years of growth and commerce, mighty Thoradin died of old age, leaving Arathor's younger generation free to expand the empire beyond the lands of Strom. The original 100 Magi, who were tutored in the ways of magic and elves, expanded their powers and studied the mystic disciplines of spell weaving in much greater detail. These Magi, initially chosen for their strong wills and noble spirits, had practiced their magic with care and responsibility. However, they passed their secrets and powers onto a new generation and had no concept of the rigours of war or the necessity of self-restraint. These younger magicians began to practice magic for personal gain rather than for any responsibility towards their fellows. I like how they're breaking all this down into different pages so it's easier to read. As the empire grew and expanded into new lands, the young magicians also spread out into the southlands, wielding their mystical powers. The magicians protected their brethren from the wild creatures of the land and made it possible for new city-states to be constructed in the wilderness. Yet as their powers grew, the magicians become ever more conceited and isolated from the rest of society. The second Arathorian city-state of Dalaran was founded in the lands north of Strom. edgy fledgling wizards left the restraining confines of Strom behind and travelled to Dalaran. Dalaran's basically now the city of wizards and mages. It's a huge place for wizardry and magic. So yes, well, they hope for their new powers to be with greater freedom. These magicians use their skills to build up the enchanted spires of Dalaran rather than the pursuits of their studies. The cities of Dalaran tolerated the magicians' endeavours and built a bustling economy under their protection of their magic-using defences. Yet, as more and more magicians practiced their magic arts, the fabric of reality around Dalaran began to weaken and tear. The sinister agents of the Burning Legion, so that's the armies of hell, basically the demon army, who had been banished when the Well of Eternity collapsed, were lured back into the world by the heedless spellcasting of the magicians of Dalaran. Through these relatively weak demons did not appear in force, they did sow considerable confusion and chaos throughout the streets of Dalaran. Most of these demonic encounters were isolated events, and the ruling majorcrats did what they could to keep such events hidden from the public. The most powerful magicians were sent to capture the elusive demons, but they often found themselves hopelessly outmatched with the lone agents of the mighty Legion. After a few months, the superstitious peasantry began to suspect that their sorceress rulers were hiding something terrible from them. Rumours of revolution began to sweep through the streets of Dalaran as the paranoid citizenry questioned the motives and practices of the magicians they had once admired. The majorcrats, fearing that the peasants would revolt and that Strom would take action against them, turned to the only group that felt would understand their particular problem: the elves. Upon hearing the majorcrats' news of demonic activity at Dalaran, the elves quickly dispatched their mightiest wizards to the human lands. The elven wizards studied the energy currents of Dalaran and made detailed reports of all demonic activity that they beheld. They concluded that although there were only a few demons loose in the world, the Legion itself would remain a dire threat so long as humans continued to wield the forces of magic. The Council of Silver Moon, which ruled over the elves of Quel'Thalas, entered into a secret pact with the majorcrat lords of Dalaran. The elves told the majorcrats about the history of ancient Kalimdor and of the Burning Legion, a history which still threatened the world. They informed the humans so that as long as they used magic, they would need to protect their citizenry from the malicious agents of the Legion. The majorcrats had proposed a notion of empowering a single mortal champion who would utilise their power in order to fight a never-ending secret war against the Legion. Okay. It was stressed that the majority of mankind could never know about the Guardians or the threat of the Legion for fear that they would riot in fear of paranoia. The elves agreed to the proposal and founded a secret society that would watch over the selection of the Guardian and help them to stem the rise of chaos in the world. The society held its secret meetings in shadowed Tirisfal glades, where the High Elves had first settled in Lordaeron. Thus they named the secret sect the Guardians of Tirisfal. The mortal champions who were chosen to be Guardians were imbued with incredible powers of both elven and human magic. Though there would only be ever one Guardian at a time, they held such vast power that they could single-handedly fight back the Legion's agents wherever they were found in the world. The Guardian power was so great that only the Council of Tirisfal was allowed to choose potential successors to the mantle of guardianship. Whenever a Guardian grew too old or wearied of the secret war against chaos, the Council chose a new champion and, under controlled conditions, formally channeled the Guardian power into its new agent. As the generations passed, Guardians defended the masses of humanity from the invisible threat of the Burning Legion throughout the lands of Arathor and Quel'Thalas. Arathor grew and prospered while the use of magic spread throughout the Empire. Meanwhile, the Guardians kept careful watch of the signs of demonic activity. So some of the Guardians were actually out there. Medivh is one of the last Guardians, I think, along with Khadgar. So the Guardians of Tirisfal, we've still got 2 more books to read. We've had the second war. Yeah, we've actually got a few books to read. So let's have a look. What else could be a good idea to read? Well, it's a lot on. After the second war.
I need to get closer.
Okay, let's read this one. So the Alliance of Lordaeron, I appreciate this is a lot to take in. It's basically for me to catch up to where I am with the lore and things like that. I've just seen, someone said they wanted a portal to Theramore. That was it. the bombing of Theramore. Theramore is like one of my favourite locations in the entire game. Always has been, always will be. Its destruction was catastrophic. I know a lot of people didn't like that zone to quest, and I loved it. Nice coastal area. We will definitely go in there one day. Anyway. Lord Lothar rallied the remnants of the Azeroth's armies after their defeat at Stormwind Keep, and then launched a massive exodus across the sea to the northern kingdom of Lordaeron. Convinced that the Horde would overcome all of humanity if left unchecked, the leaders of the 7 human nations met and agreed to unite in what would become known as the Alliance of Lordaeron. Okay, so the Alliance of Lordaeron is like all the 7 nations. So I think the Defias Brotherhood, the reason why they're doing what they're doing is they're rebuilding Stormwind after the war. And they weren't paid, or they were screwed out, or whatever, things like that. Basically, it's a lot of stuff going on, a lot of politicking, and basically people not getting what they rightfully deserved. So, for context, this is Stormwind. Lordaeron, I want to say, is roughly about... So, I think like Stromgarde was about here. Hellsbad... no, Lordaeron I think is here, I want to say. Western Playgrounds, or Eastern Playgrounds, I think it's roughly there. Yes, it's here, because it's above Undercity. So, the Horde has come over from, like, to here, destroyed this human settlement here. They've destroyed Stromgarde, and they're making their way up here. I think Gilneas as well. I think it's this place here in Silverpine. So this is like Gilneas, where they walled themselves off. Basically, they're sort of making their way up here, up, over there. So, Alliance of Lordaeron. For the first time in nearly 3,000 years, the disparate nations of Arathor were once again united under a common banner. Appointed as Supreme Commander of the Alliance forces, Lord Lothar prepared his armies for the coming of the Horde. Aided by his lieutenants Uther Lightbringer, Admiral Dalen Proudmoore, and Torellian, Lothar was able to convince Lordaeron's demi-human races, so demi-humans are elves, or like dwarves and gnomes, things like that. Was able to convince Lordaeron's demi-human races of the impending threat as well. The Alliance succeeded in gaining the support of the Stoic Dwarves of Ironforge and a small number of High Elves of Kortholas. Yes, of course, the High Elves as well. The Elves, led at the time by Anasterion Sunstrider, were largely uninterested in the coming conflict. However, they were duty-bound to aid Lothar because he was the last descendant of the Arathi bloodline, which had aided the Elves in ages past. Ah, yes. Now the Horde, now led by Warchief Doomhammer, that's Orgrim Doomhammer, who had a weapon called the Doomhammer, which is one of the coolest weapons ever. I love the Doomhammer. And as a shaman in Legion, you get the Doomhammer if you're an enhancement shaman, and it's really cool. Brought in ogres from its homeworld of Draenor and conscripted the disenfranchised Amani forest trolls into its fold, setting out on a massive campaign to overrun the dwarf kingdom of Khazad-dûm and the southern reaches of Lordaeron. The Horde effortlessly decimated all opposition. Ah, yes, okay, so they didn't sail over from Durotar, I don't think. They might have actually come from the portal. So, they would have come from here, through the portal, and they would have gone through the place here, Karazhan, I think, then to Stormwind City, all the way up here to the Dwarves of Dunmurrow, over here, and then they met the dwarves, they met the trolls up here in the Ghostlands, I think. Is it the Ghostlands where they met the Amani trolls? I think it's maybe there. Yeah. So, that's what they were doing. Anyway. The epic battles of the Second War. Ah, this is the Second War. Okay, so this is the one that takes place, I think, in Warcraft 3? I think the Third War is against the Burning Legion. I don't know. I'll have to watch the Warcraft movie just to try and understand. Anyway. The epic battles of the Second War range from large-scale naval skirmishes to massive aerial dogfights. Oh yes, there's airships in this game. There's airships, there's planes, gyrocopters, and in Wrath of the Lich King you'll be able to build them, and there's motorcycles as well, which are wonderful. Anyway, somehow the Horde unearthed a powerful artifact known as the Demon's Soul and used it to enslave the ancient Dragon Queen Alexstrasza. Oh no. Threatening to destroy her precious eggs, the Horde forced Alexstrasza to send her grown children to war. The noble red dragons were forced to fight for the Horde, and fight they did. The war raged across the continents of Khaz-Nodan, Lordaeron, and Azeroth itself. As part of its northern campaign, the Horde succeeded in burning down the borderlands of Bothalas, thereby ensuring the Elves' final commitment to the Alliance's cause. The greater city and townships of Lordaeron were razed and devastated by the conflict. Despite the absence of reinforcements and the overwhelming odds, Lothar and his allies succeeded in holding their enemies at bay. However, during the final days of the Second War, as the Horde's victory over the Alliance seemed almost assured, a terrible feud erupted between the two most powerful orcs on Azeroth. As Doomhammer prepared his assault on against the capital Lordaeron, an assault that would have crushed the last remnants of the Alliance, Gul'dan, the Warlock, and his followers abandoned their posts and set out to sea. Gul'dan was always a bit of a bugger. The bewildered Doomhammer, having lost nearly half his standing forces to Gul'dan's treachery, was forced to pull back and forsake his greatest chance at victory over the Alliance. The power-hungry Gul'dan, obsessed with obtaining godhood itself, set out on a desperate search for the undersea tomb of Sargeras, which was mentioned before, which I think Aegwynn had actually sent Sargeras under the sea. Search for the undersea tomb of Sargeras that he believed held the secrets of ultimate power. Having already doomed his fellow orcs to become the slaves of the Burning Legion, Gul'dan thought nothing of his supposed duty to Doomhammer. So the orcs, I think the reason why the orcs are green is because they drank the blood of demons, and like fell energy, like you see imp here is green. Fell energy is like demonic energy, and basically like that's present. Orcs used to have brown skin, but then they drank the blood and became green. There are also red orcs as well in Outland, but we'll see this later. Anyway. So backed by the Storm Reaver and Twilight's Hammer clans, Gul'dan succeeded in raising the tomb of Sargeras from the sea floor. However, when he opened the ancient flooded vault, he found only crazed demons awaiting him. Seeking to punish the wayward orcs for their costly betrayal, Doomhammer sent his forces to kill Gul'dan and bring the Renegade's Gates back into the fold. For his recklessness, Gul'dan was torn apart by the maddened demons he had set loose. With their leader dead, the Renegade clans quickly fell before Doomhammer's enraged legions. Oh yes, it's also like grey or black-skinned orcs as well, with the Twilight's Hammer. No, not Twilight's Hammer clan. Oh yes, Twilight's Hammer is interesting. They are the antagonists, one of the antagonists of it was the Dragonmaw clan. Yes, but Twilight's Hammer clan. Twilight's Hammer would be a cult that is trying to do evil things in the Twilight Highlands. So yes, with their leader dead, the Renegade clans quickly fell before Doomhammer's enraged legions. Though the rebellion had been quelled, the Horde was unable to recoup the terrible losses it had suffered. Gul'dan's betrayal had afforded the Alliance not only hope, but also time to regroup and retaliate. Lord Lothar, seeing that the Horde was fracturing from within, gathered the last of his forces and pushed Doomhammer south back into the shattered heartland of Stormwind. There the Alliance forces were trapped. The Alliance forces trapped the retreating Horde within the volcanic fortress of Blackrock Spire. Though Lord Lothar fell in battle at the Spire's base, his Lieutenant Terrellion rallied the Alliance forces at the 11th hour and drove the Horde back into the abysmal swamp of Sorrows, and that's probably going to send them back to the Dark Portal. Yes, Terrellion's forces succeeded in destroying the Dark Portal, the mystical gateway that connected the Orcs to their homeworld of Draenor. Cut off by its reinforcements and fractured by the infighting, the Horde finally buckled in upon itself and fell before the might of the Alliance. The scattered orc clans were quickly rounded up and placed within guarded internment camps. This is where Thrall comes from, including Orgrim Doomhammer, who I think has escaped and started leading another rebellion. Though it seemed that the Horde had been defeated for good, some remained highly skeptical that peace would last. Khadgar, now an archmage of some renown, convinced the Alliance High Command to build the fortress of Nethergard that would watch over the ruins of the Dark Portal and ensure there would be no further invasions from Draenor. Aftermath of the Second War. The devastating Second War of the against the Orcish Horde left the Alliance of Lordaeron in a state of shock and disarray. The bloodthirsty Orcs, led by the mighty war chief Orgrim Doomhammer, not only smashed their way through the dwarf-held lands of Khazad-dûm, but had razed many Lordaeron's central provinces, as well as unrelenting Orcs even succeeded in ravaging the elves' remote kingdom of Quel'Thalas before their rampage was finally stopped. The Alliance armies, led by Sir Anduin Lothar, Uther the Lightbringer, and Admiral Dalen Perrinwall, pushed the Orcs south of the Shatterland of Azeroth. And the Shatterland of Azeroth, the first kingdom to fall before the Orcs' ruthless onslaught. So interesting enough, back in the lore, I don't think, like way back when, the Eastern Kingdoms were simply known as Azeroth. So there weren't two continents, I think it was only one. And it was just called Azeroth. So I think it was a bit of a retcon. There's been a lot of changes to the lore, like Warcraft's been around for 20 years now, so there's going to be a lot of changes. The Alliance army is led by Sir Anduin Lothar. Before the Orcs' ruthless onslaught. The Alliance forces under Sir Lothar managed to push Doomhammer's clans out of Lordaeron and back into the Orc-controlled lands of Azeroth. oh no, was it Durotar that was called Azeroth? I don't know. Anyway. Lothar's forces surrounded the Orcs' volcanic citadel of Blackrock Spire and laid siege to their defences. We will be going to Blackrock later. That was another clan, the Blackrock clan. In a last-ditch effort, Doomhammer and his lieutenants staged a daring charge from the spire and clashed with Lothar's paladins in the centre of the Burning Steps. Doomhammer and Lothar squared off in a titanic battle, left both mighty combatants battered and drained, though Doomhammer narrowly succeeded in vanquishing Lothar. The great hero's death did not have the effect that Warchief had hoped for. Turalyon, Lothar's most trusted lieutenant, took up Lothar's bloodstained shield and rallied his grief-stricken brethren for a vicious counterattack. Under the ragged standards of both Lordaeron and Azeroth, Turalyon's troops slaughtered the bulk of Doomhammer's remaining forces in a glorious but terrible rout. There was nothing left for the ragged, scattered Orc survivors but to flee to the last standing bastion of Orcish power, the Dark Portal. Turalyon and his warriors chased the remaining Orcs through the festering swamp of sorrows and into the corrupted blasted lands where the Dark Portal stood. I hope my cursor's showing, because otherwise it's going to be it's hard to actually point on the map what's going on. So Turalyon and his warriors chased the remaining Orcs through the festering swamp of sorrows and into the corrupted blasted lands where the Dark Portal stood. There, at the foot of the colossal portal, the broken Horde and the rugged Alliance clashed with what believed the last bloodiest battle of the Second War. So I think it's Warcraft 2 that's the Second War. I think that's the way to remember the games. The wars. It's based on which game it was. Warcraft 1, 2 or 3. The bloodiest battle of the Second War, great. Outnumbered and driven mad by the curse of their bloodlust, the Orcs inevitably fell before the wrath of the Alliance. Doomhammer was taken prisoner and escorted to Lordaeron, while his broken clans were rounded up and hauled north back to Lordaeron. So I think what happened was, if I go on the map here, so the Orcs came through the blasted lands as a portal here. They took on all the different places, so they went to any camps in Strongthorn Vale, Duskwood. They would have gone across the sea to Kulturas there. Elven Forest would have destroyed Stormwind, which is now being rebuilt. All along here, they would basically killed everything, going up and up and up and up and up. I think there was the interesting humans. So they would have destroyed any fortress in the wetlands, Arathi Highlands. They would have destroyed Strongguard, Hillspread, any castles there. All the way up here, got the trolls from here, attacked Lordaeron, and then they get pushed back. But they also go across the sea to try and get to, I think this is where the Tomb of Sargeras is in Ashara. I'm not entirely sure, please correct me if I'm wrong. But yeah, there's somewhere down there. Or is it for us? Actually, it might be, I can't remember where the Tomb of... Sargeras would be. I don't think it's down in the Echo Isles, is it? Dustwall Marsh. Oh yes, that's where Theramore is. I think my favourite location. But yeah, so they go over there, they come back, and then they get pushed back into the Swamp of Sorrows here, and then they get pushed back to the Blasted Lands into the portal and sent back here. And this is where they'll come out of the portal, fight, and die. Or regroup maybe. But yeah, most of them will die here. Grom, not Grom, Shellscream. Orgrim Doomhammer will get captured. I think the portal's here anyway. Orgrim Doomhammer gets captured, taken to Lordaeron, and that's where the orcs will escape and regroup, and Thrall becomes a major character. One more book to read. We can finally end. Right. The Chief Warden of the Internment Camps, Aedelas Blackmore. Oh yes, Blackmore, of course. I hated Blackmore. Blackmore was a bastard in this game. I hated Blackmore. I was reading the book, and Lord of the Clans, I mentioned it before, and Blackmore, like, Christy Golden knows how to make a real horrible twat of a villain. He's horrible. I hated Blackmore. I was so glad to see him get his comeuppance, but even then it's like, not really, because like, I think it might be his daughter who like befriended Thrall. Yeah, we'll read about it. Anyway, the Chief Warden of the Internment Camps, Aedelas Blackmore, watched over the captive orcs from his prison stronghold, Durnhold. One orc in particular had always held his interest, the orphaned infant he had found nearly 18 years before. Blackmore had raised the young male as a favoured slave and named him Thrall. Blackmore taught the orc about tactics, philosophy, and combat. Thrall was even trained as a gladiator. All the while, the corrupt warden seemed to mould the orc into a weapon. Yeah, so Thrall was basically raised by Blackmore to read and understand tactics and stuff, which was be massively helpful to the orcs later on. And it's no wonder that Thrall would later become war chief, something that the Shattered Hand are not overly keen on. Despite his harsh upbringing, young Thrall grew into a strong, quick-witted orc, and he knew in his heart that a slave's life was not for him. As he grew to maturity, he learned about his people, the orcs, whom he had never met. After their defeat, most of them had been placed into internment camps. Rumour had it that Doomhammer, the orc leader, had escaped from Lordaeron and gone into hiding. Only one rogue clan still operated in secret, trying to evade the watchful eyes of the Alliance. The resourceful yet inexperienced Thrall decided to escape from Blackmore's fortress and set off to find others of his kind. During his journeys, Thrall visited the internment camps and found his once mighty race being strangely cowed and lethargic. Having not found the proud warriors he had hoped to discover, Thrall had set out to find the last undefeated orc chieftain, Grom Hellscream. Now, Grom Hellscream, look up the art for Gromash Hellscream. Grom was described as like a really gaunt character, like he's really thin and wiry. But the reason why it's called Hellscream is because despite how lanky he is, he has a hellish scream that sort of like belies his strength and size, or lack thereof. That's what intimidates people, not the way he looks, but the way he sounds. And then Samwise, one of the biggest artists in Warcraft history, one of the most iconic artists in gaming, drew Gromash Hellscream as like this really hulking beast of a man. Amazing artwork, but absolutely not at all true to the lore. And yeah, and they stuck with it. And you know what, Gromash Hellscream looks really good. He's a cool looking character, but they did not. But they did not follow the character when they were drawing the art, and since then it kind of stuck. So, yeah. Constantly hunted by the humans, Hellscream nevertheless held on to the Horde's unquenchable will to fight. Aided only by his own devoted Warsong clan, Hellscream continued to wage an underground war against the oppression of his beleaguered people. Unfortunately, Hellscream could never find a way to rouse the captured orcs from their stupor. The impressionable Thrall, inspired by Hellscream's idealism, developed a strong empathy for the Horde and its warrior traditions. So Grom Hellscream would be one of the major leaders of the Horde going forward, and he was very hot-blooded. And yes, we'll probably learn more about him and his sacrifice. But you see in Warcraft 3 the things he did to save his people. Seeking the truth of his own origins, Thrall travelled north to the legendary Frostwolf clan, who were based in the Alterac Mountains. I think they're roughly around here. To the early days of the First War, he also discovered that he was a son and heir of the orc hero Duratan, the true chieftain of the Frostwolves, who had been murdered in the wilds nearly 20 years before. So Duratan, you can meet Duratan. I think his spouse was Duratan and Draka, who were the mother and father of Thrall, and you can meet them in Warlords of Draenor. So yeah, I think it's actually covered in the book as well, Lord of the Clans. Under the tutelage of the venerable shaman Drek'Thar's brilliant. I think he's dead now, but he's a really cool character. Thrall studies his people's ancient shamanistic culture, which had been forgotten under Gul'dan's evil rule. Over time, Thrall became a powerful shaman and took his rightful place as chieftain of the exiled Frostwolves. Empowered by the elements themselves and driven to find his destiny, Thrall set off to free the captive clans and heal his race of demonic corruption. During his travels, Thrall found the aged warchief Orgrim Doomhammer, who had been living as a hermit for many years. Doomhammer, who had been a close friend of Thrall's father, decided to follow the young visionary orc and help him free the captive clans supported by the many veteran chieftains. Thrall ultimately succeeded in revitalizing the Horde and giving his people a new spiritual identity. You will see a lot of this in Warcraft 3, because that's where Thrall's story begins in the games, because the Lord of the Clans game didn't happen, as I mentioned a few hours ago. To symbolise his people's rebirth, Thrall returned to Blackmoor's fortress in Durnhold and put a decisive end to his former master's plans by laying siege to the internment camps. This victory was not without price. During the liberation of one camp, Doomhammer fell in battle. Thrall took up Doomhammer's legendary warhammer, the Doomhammer, and donned his black plate armour and became the new warchief of the Horde. During the following months, Thrall's small but volatile Horde laid waste of the internment camps and stymied the Alliance's best efforts to counter his clever strategies. Encouraged by his best friend and mentor, Grom Hellscream, Thrall worked to ensure his people would never be slaves again. And that, sort of remains true, I think. And that's sort of where we are with the lore right now. So Grom Hellscream would go on to slay a demon. I want to say it was Magaroth, but I don't think it was Nagaroth. I can't remember what the name of the demon was. Oh, hello. Who's that? Oh, it's a spy bot. That's clever. Wind Turbine. That's a shaman, I'm guessing. Yep.
I'm out of
A wind turbine. There we have Anduin Wrynn, the King of Stormwind. He's guarded here by Lady Katra,
Light be with you.
Presta, who glares at you,
Safe travels.
and High Lord Bolvar Fordragon, who is essentially the real leader of Stormwind.
The Legion's end draws near. Well met.
Because Anduin is too young to be king.
Greetings, citizen. Hi there. Have you heard any news of my father?
May the light embrace you.
So the Draenei are here as well as emissaries. So yeah. Is this the PvP room? This is the war room. Grand Admiral Tereth is going to become a major character. I think she's like the leader of the navy.
Interesting.
A goblin.
Yeah, what do you want?
Everyone takes to find a seaweedle, find a second warlock, so here's my time.
What can I do for you? Well met.
Okay.
Safe travel.
Need help? Greetings.
So yeah, so you can still fight the battles of Arathi Highlands and Altera Valley.
How may I help?
And Warsong Gulch.
What brings you here? Be
So I need to be level 10, I think, to do stuff. Eye of the Storm. It's one of my favourite maps. The Warriors of Rogers reads full tilt. This is a great time for the this is a time of great need for the Alliance, and it's necessary that we all do our part to help.
Get it back. What's on your mind?
So yeah. Any books here that I'm probably not going to have time to read? There's another book. Okay, I just want to explain as well. I keep talking about the Dark Portal. I appreciate this has become a very lore-centric episode. Orcs are essentially aliens. They came from Outland. This planet used to, like, before this turned into, like, a crater, this used to be a planet called Draenor, which the Draenei named when they arrived. And the Draenei and the Orcs tried to get on, but the demons were sort of like talking to the Orcs, and Gul'dan was an Orc shaman who I think rejected shamanism to favour Warlock stuff, so demon summoning. He encouraged the Orcs to drink the demon blood to give them green skin, and that wasn't the only advantage, that's not solely why I did it, to give them demonic powers. They came through this portal here, and they came out here, roughly, somewhere here, and they attacked the human settlement. Because they basically wanted to conquer, but they also wanted to find their own home as well. So, yeah. Oh, this is the Orc capital city as well. Orgrimmar. Named after Orgrim Doomhouse. I think Mar means city. As the continent is Kalimdor as well. And Durotar is named after Duratan. Do we have access to Thunder Bluff? Can we see Thunder Bluff? Yes, this is where the Tauren live. And like tall mountains, or yeah, like great mountains, and they have bridges across to the different places. Thunder Bluff is a really nice city. So yeah. Oh, do we actually get to see Exodar by any chance? As we start. Just trying to find where the it's not Blumberstar, is it? No. It is here. Where is the Eldar city? Because that's a really nice one. Because the Eldar, I say the Eldar, excuse me, the Draenei are aliens essentially. I can't seem to find it. No, I can't seem to find where their capital city would be, so I can't click on it and open it up. But yeah, but they came on a spaceship, basically. And they crashed here, on Azeroth. So, anyway, this might be one more book, and we'll have to get off, because we've been recording now for 4 hours. Good God, okay. As Kil'jaeden prepared the Horde for its invasion of Azeroth, Medivh continued to fight for his soul against Sargeras. So, Medivh is one of the guardians of Tirisfal, who are the secret demon hunters of the world. And Medivh, I think, was actually possessed by Sargeras, and the same with Aegwynn was, when she put Sargeras in the tomb of Sargeras. So, Kil'jaeden is one of the generals of, along with Sargeras, and I forget the name of the third one. There were 3 major leaders of the Burning Legion. Anyway, there's Archimonde. You will see more about him in Warcraft 3. Anyway, King Lane. Medivh continued to fight for his soul against Sargeras. King Lane, the noble monarch of Stormwind, grew wary of the darkness which seemed to taint the spirit of his former friend. King Lane shared his concerns with Anduin Lothar, the last descendant of the Arathi bloodline, who he named his lieutenant-in-arms. Even so, neither man could have imagined that Medivh's slow descent into madness would bring about the horrors that were to come. As a final incentive, Sargeras promised to bestow great power upon Gul'dan if he agreed to lead the Horde to Azeroth, so from Outland to Azeroth. Through Medivh, Sargeras told the Warlock that he could become a living god if he found the undersea tomb where the guardian Aegwynn had placed Sargeras' crippled body nearly 1,000 years before. Gul'dan agreed and decided that once the denizens of Azeroth were beaten, he would find the legendary tomb and claim his reward. Assured that the Horde would serve his purposes, Sargeras ordered the invasion to begin. Through a joint effort, Medivh and the Warlocks of the Shadow Council, that is Gul'dan's Shadow Council, the leader of the Orc Warlocks, and Orgrim Doomhammer's warriors, opened the dimensional gateway known as the Dark Portal in the Blasted Lands. This portal bridged the distance between Azeroth and Draenor, and was large enough that armies might pass through it. Gul'dan dispatched Orc scouts through the portal to survey the lands which they would conquer. The returning scouts assured the Shadow Council that the world of Azeroth was ripe for the taking. Still convinced that Gul'dan's corruption would destroy his people, Durotan spoke out against the Warlocks once more. The brave warrior claimed that the Warlocks were destroying the purity of Orcish spirit, and the reckless invasion would be their doom. Gul'dan, unable to risk killing such a popular hero, was forced to exile Durotan and his Frostwolf clan into the far reaches of this new world. After the exiled Frostwolves charged through the portal, only a few Orc clans followed. These Orcs quickly set up a base of operations within the Black Morass, a dark and swampy area far to the east of the Kingdom of Stormwind. As the Orcs began to branch out and explore the new lands, they came into immediate conflict with humans, the human defenders of Stormwind, which I think this is back in Warcraft 1 maybe. Though these skirmishes usually ended quickly, they did much to illustrate the weaknesses and strengths of both rival species. Lane and Lothar were never able to gather accurate data of the Orcs' numbers, and can only guess at how great a force they would have to contend with. After a few years, the majority of the Orcish Horde had crossed into Azeroth, and Gul'dan deemed it that the time for the primary strike against humanity had come. The Horde launched its full might against the unsuspecting Kingdom of Stormwind. As the forces of Azeroth and the Horde clashed across the kingdom, internal conflicts began to take their toll on both armies. King Lane, who believed the bestial Orcs to be incapable of conquering Azeroth, contemptuously held his position at the capital of Stormwind. However, Sir Lothar became convinced that the battle should be taken directly to the enemy, and he was forced to choose between his convictions and his loyalty to the king. Choosing to follow his instincts, Lothar stormed Medivh's tower fortress of Karazhan, which we will go to in the Burning Crusade if I can join a raid for it. With the help of the wizard's young apprentice, Khadgar. Khadgar and Lothar succeeded in vanquishing the possessed guardian, whom they confirmed to be the source of the conflict. By killing Medivh's body, Lothar and the young apprentice inadvertently banished the spirit of Sargeras to the abyss. As a consequence, the pure, virtuous spirit of Medivh was also allowed to live on, and wander the astral plane for many years to come. So the astral plane, the twisting nether, are basically sort of like heaven and hell almost. Although Medivh had been defeated, the Horde continued to dominate the defenders of Stormwind. As the Horde's victory grew nearer, Orgrim Doomhammer, one of the greatest Orc chieftains, began to see the depraved corruption that has spread throughout the clans since their time in Draenor. His old comrade, Durotan, returned from exile and warned him yet again of Gul'dan's treachery. In speed of retribution, Gul'dan's assassins murdered Durotan and his family, leaving only their infant son alive. Do we know who that is? That would be Thrall, the leader of the current Horde. Unknown to Doomhammer was the fact that Durotan's infant son was found by the human officer Aedelas Blackmore and taken as a slave. That infant Orc would one day rise to become the greatest leader his people would ever know. Incensed by Durotan's death, Orgrim set out to free the Horde from demonic corruption and ultimately assumed the role of war chief of the Horde by killing Gul'dan's corrupt puppet, Blackhand, under his Gul'dan's corrupt puppet, Blackhand. Blackhand was one of the Blackrock Orcs, I think. Blackhand, what was his name now? It wasn't Orgrim Blackhand, it was... I can't remember. Anyway, Blackhand. Under this decisive leadership and the relentless hope finally laid siege to Stormwind Keep. King Lane had severely underestimated the might of the Horde, and he watched helplessly as his kingdom fell to the green-skinned invaders. Ultimately, King Lane was assassinated by one of the Shadow Council's finest killers, the half-orc Garona. Garona Half-Orcan is was sired between, I think, an orc father and Draenei mother. As far as I can tell, consent was not mutual or enthusiastic. Lothar and his warriors returning home from Karazhan, hoped to stem the loss of life and save their once glorious homeland. Instead, they returned too late and found their beloved kingdom in smoking ruins. The Orcish horde continued to ravage the countryside and claimed the surrounding lands for its companions' own. Forced into hiding, Lothar and his companions swore a grim oath to reclaim the homeland at any cost. Okay. So yeah, there's a lot going on. But yeah, this the thing is that all this stuff, like, you can actually play all these events in the games. The Battle of Grumbatal. Oh god, there's another book. So you will actually go to Grumbatal in Catalysm. I'm gonna take a drink. So, oh yes, Deadeye as well. Deadeye and the Bleeding Hollow clan. Again, all these people you will see in the expansion pack, Warlords Journal, where you go to see this place as it originally was, but in an alternate timeline, where the orcs do not drink the demon blood and do not invade Azeroth. Instead, they go with machines. Because Grandma Shellscream, son of Grandma Shellscream, who I think of? Yeah, Grandma Shellscream. I can't remember. No. Doesn't matter. Right. So Grumbatal. Grumbatal is, I want to say, is actually over here. So below the Badlands. Yeah, so I think Grumbatal's there, or is it here? I think it's there. So there, or it's there. If I'm not mistaken. In the Waterlands at the south, the scattered remains, the remnants of the Horde, fought for their very survival. Though Grom Hellscream and his Warsong clan managed to evade capture, Deadeye and his Bleeding Hollow clan were rounded up and placed into internment camps in Lordaeron. Notwithstanding these costly risings, the camp's wardens soon established control over their brutish charges. So this is after, I think it's before Thrall escapes, but after Orgrim has escaped. However, unknown to the Alliance, a large force of orcs still roam free in the northern wastes of Khazmodan. Khazmodan is up here, I want to say. There's Lochmodan, so that'll be... Yes, this is like Khazmodan area. So you've got Dunmoreau, Lochmodan, so this is like the Khazmodan area, and yes, this is where the Dragonmaw clan will be. So the Dragonmaw clan, led by the infamous Warlock Necros, was using an ancient artifact known as Demon Soul to control the Dragon Queen Alexstrasza and her Dragonflight. With the Dragon Queen as his hostage, Necros built up a secret army within the abandoned, some say cursed, Wildhammer stronghold of Grumbatal. Which I think you can go there now. Planning to unleash his forces and the mighty red dragons on the Alliance, Necros hoped to reunite the Horde and continue his conquest of Azeroth. His vision did not come to pass. A small group of resistance fighters, led by the human rage Ronin, managed to destroy the demon soul and free the Dragon Queen from Necros' command. Ronin is, I think, becomes Archmage of Dalaran, I want to say. In their fury, Alexstrasza's dragons tore Grumbatal apart and incinerated the greater bulk of the Dragonmaw clan. Necros' grand schemes of reunification came crashing down as the Alliance troops rounded up the remaining Orc survivors and threw them into the waiting internment camps. The Dragonmaw clan's defeat signalled the end of the Horde and the end of the Orcs' furious bloodlust. So yes, Grumbatal is a... Oh god, here we go, another one, alright. Grumbatal is a dungeon you can go to in Catalysm, and it's where Basically, I think they're trying to make corrupted dragons. They're trying to make more blood dragons, basically, and corrupt them into becoming draconian soldiers. I think. I'm just thinking D&D terms. I love that axe. It's like Gorehowl. Love it. War of the Spider. While Thrall was liberating his brethren in Lordaeron, Ner'zhul continued to build up his power base, and Ner'zhul was the first Lich King, I think, the first Orc, I'm gonna say, to be corrupted, and by the demons. I think he brought demons to the Orc worlds, and then Gul'dan was his apprentice, I'm gonna say. Anyway. Ner'zhul continued to build up his power base in Northrend. A great citadel was erected above the ice-crowned glacier and manned by the growing legions of the dead. Ah yes, so we talked about this before, where Ner'zhul had raised zombified armies known as a Scourge. And so he's built this ice-crowned glacier. Ice-crowned citadel even. Manned by the growing legions of the dead, yet, as the Lich King extended his influence over the land, one shadowy empire stood against his power. The ancient subterranean kingdom of Ajol-Nerub, which had been founded by a race of sinister humanoid spiders, sent their elite warrior guard to attack Icecrown and end the Lich King's mad bid for dominance. Much to his frustration, Ner'zhul found that the evil Nerubians were immune not only to the plague, but to his telepathic dominion as well. Okay, this is the War of the Spider. Okay, the Nerubian Spider Lords commanded vast forces and had an underground network that stretched nearly half the breadth of Northrend. They hit and run tactics on the Lich King's strongholds, stymied his efforts to root them out in time after time. I don't know if this character wants to talk to me. Oh yes, they've got a title there, Champion of the Naru. Nice. There were tactics on... let's just check the chat. Did they try to talk to me in any way? I don't think they have... All good, right. Okay. The Nerubian Spider... Yeah, so... Here were tactics on the Lich King's strongholds, stymied their efforts to root them out time after time. Ultimately, Ner'zhul's war against the Nerubians was won by attrition, with the aid of the sinister Dreadlords and innumerable undead warriors. The Lich King evaded Ajol-Nerub and brought its subterranean temples down on the Spider Lords' heads. Yes, you can actually go to Ajol-Nerub, the dungeon in Wrath of the Lich King expansion, and fight the Death Guard. The Death Knights there. Though the Nerubians were immune to his plague, Ner'zhul's growing necromantic powers allowed him to raise the Spider Warriors' corpses and bend them to his will. As a testament to their tenacity and fearlessness, Ner'zhul adopted the Nerubians' distinctive architectural designs for his own fortresses and structures. Left to rule his kingdom unopposed, the Lich King began preparing his true mission in the world, reaching out into the human lands with his vast consciousness. The Lich King called out to any dark soul that would listen. I believe he would start reaching out to Gul'dan. Or Arthur Smirthil. So, I appreciate we just had like an hour and a half of lore there. But that was really fun. I've thoroughly enjoyed that. And reading the books has been good. Right, so now let's do a quest. Have we been in this room yet? Bishop Delavi. Please to God tell there's no books in here. My throat's really sore after talking so much. I appreciate that my reading ability and my voice for it are not the best. I appreciate my delivery was very dry, very sped up, but I understand it was not out of boredom. It was actually, I found that really fascinating. I think I've learnt a lot of lore there. A lot more than I think I actually had any right to. So, yeah, but I've thoroughly enjoyed reading all that. I hope it's not been too unpalatable for you. I will try and have a bit more enthusiasm and reading the books in the game because they are good books. Let's go to Old Town. Let's finish our explorations of this place, and then we'll call it there. In fact, I'll get back to Goldshire. Heavy-handed weapons. This is the Pig and Whistle Tavern. This is a nice role-playing tavern. I don't think there are any RP service on Classic. Excuse me, no, I think there are actually. Kendor Kabonka.
Supply only the finest goods.
This guy sells you recipes if you want to learn how to do them. You can also find them in the world.
See you later.
What can I do for you?
Hey there.
What can I help you with? What can I do for you?
Hello.
For the Alliance.
Is there anything going on here? Oh, there's a butcher there.
What can I
Cooking trainer.
for the Alliance?
You need something? Safe travels.
Oh, nothing down here. But yeah, it's been really fun to read those books, and I would like to do that again. I hope if I find any more books, I'll read them, because this is what I want from Classic. Like,
Light
oh, these two.
How are you? Need help?
Those two are a pair who patrol the streets. There's some out about. Nice blades. Yeah. Limited immunity. I like that. I love that name. Limited immunity. Ah, over here is like a place where you can do PvP. Well, not do PvP. What is that hood? Watcher's Cowl. Scenario and Expedition revered. Ah. Bloody Surgeon's Mitts. Yeah, I think that's... Oh, what's this? These are the... ranks. I don't know if I want to go in there, to be honest. I might die.
Something?
Osborne the Nightman.
Hello. Safe travel.
SI7. Oh, hang on a second. This is different. SI7. So SI7 is Storm and Intelligence, I think. Nice.
Hey there.
Sloan McCoy. Okay. So this is stuff for rogues. Yeah, right. A bit of sting now. So yeah, if you're a rogue, you're going to be coming here a lot.
I supply only the finest.
Shady dealer.
Have a good one.
That's for your poisons. Rogues get some fantastic stuff, they really do. Renzik the Shiv. Master Matthias Shaw.
Be careful.
Oh, the Warlock. Zagnos. That there is a... I forget what they're called, but that's like a more tanky minion. So they can draw attention away from you, can take a lot of hits, but do a lot of damage. Is there a character in here? No, I can't see him. There used to be someone here who you could talk to and you could freeze your level. So you wouldn't level up any further. And the idea was you would do something called twinking. And that's where you hold your level and you're trying to like get the best gear you can for your level.
Need assistance?
Oh, Gnome Reagan Exiles. Ah, of course, yes. The Gnome Reagan Exiles.
Great day now. Can I help you?
The Gnome Reagan Exiles are the people who lived in Gnome Reagan. Ah, you can click on it, yeah. Because their home is under attack from a madman, basically. Ah, these are the PvP reputations. There you go. I would like to do Alterac Valley stuff. Hopefully it's as good as they say. Horatio Montgomery. In memory of my dear mentor Horatio M. Montgomery, MD, healer, teacher, and friend. 50 PTFT to 25 ATFT. The world is full of the sick and weary. It's our job as healers, nay, as men and women of medicine, to cleanse them all of the itis. HMM, MD, PhD, JD, Grandmaster, Farmer, Dance Extraordinaire, friend to the animals. Yeah. Actually, so what was he saying again?
Hey, Be seeing
Yeah.
you.
Pixel. So I think he is maybe some sort of medicine trainer on the show. But yeah, this was like a courtyard before, rather it would later become a courtyard, and people would have training dummies to test their abilities on. But I don't think they're here anymore, unless they're through here maybe. Wrong hand. Yeah, this is different. I'm not overly keen on this, I don't think. I prefer the one in Catalysm. These buildings remain what?
What can I do for you?
Master Wood. Who would be like a PvP guy in the in later expansions. Yeah, I'm just looking around just because it's nice to see all these different things.
Greetings.
Oh, you got your warrior trainers here.
What can I do for you?
You go to so let's have a read a book.
Have a good one.
Greetings. Be careful.
Yeah. That's cool. Very fascinating to see the setting. And all these changes, because like this for me is really fascinating, because it's like I've not seen a World of Warcraft like this before. I'm going to see a lot of locations, because when I played Classic during the stress test and whatnot, for like the limited beta, for a few days or a week or whatever, I only got to like level 12, I want to say, as a rogue. So I got to Westfall and that was about it. So seeing all of this is nothing short of incredible. Now I wonder what that is there. I can't remember if that was ever explained, what is behind this here. Because it looks like an instance. It's like a... So look, further concerns... Okay, I've literally got another quest to do, that's great. It's just nice to explore, look around. Well, that's the stockade maybe, but... Hello? What's going on there, pray tell? Ah, that was the stockade, wasn't it? This is a dungeon, so World of Warcraft has something called Dungeons and Raids. And I can't go in there. But yes, Dungeons and Raids are basically where you are sort of like in a room, I guess, so like you're in a closed off area of the game, and you have a group of 5 for dungeons, or up to 40 people for raids, and you fight bosses and monsters in there and whatnot, and it's all this open. But you might do it for quests, you'll do it for better gear. They are more difficult, they do require a group, but the good thing is the group composition doesn't really matter all that much. Unlike later on, you don't need a tank or healer as such, but it does help. Ultimately, as long as like you can sort of hold your own, and you've got enough of a varied party to hold things together, you should be good. Is this the barber shop? It does not look like a barber shop, though there was a barber shop. Yeah. Well, there will be a barber. I keep saying was. There will be a barber shop here in later expansions, because we're playing the first expansion pack of Classic WoW. What used to be Vanilla WoW. I made the distinction because Vanilla came out 20 years ago. Dexter Morgan is a rogue, very appropriate. Yeah. This is where you go if you want to take a taxi. We might do that actually. I've got how much gold? I've got 2 gold. So I can actually afford to do that. But as you level up, it gets more costly to take a taxi. But let's do that as a bit of a treat for ourselves.
Need help?
I need a ride.
Light
Right.
question.
Ah, of course I don't need flight locations. See,
Light
so you gotta
question.
actually
Be careful.
like. So it works more like a bus service rather than a taxi. That's why I'll take you to certain place where you actually have to know the bus stop first. I don't know any. And they're a lot more limited, I think, in this game than they are in later expansions. So you got to discover them. I don't think there are any. There won't be one in Goldshire rather. So they'll probably be over in. I think each location has at least one.
You need something?
So yeah. Squire Row, hello.
Greetings.
That's gonna be okay then.
For the Alliance.
Is there anything down here? Farseer Umbra. Ah! Shaman trainer, okay. That's interesting. Travel. Be a priest. Loving the gear they've got there. Communal cowl, communal mantle. Not a set, but well, it's named set. Very nice indeed. Wow, they really have gone full communal, haven't they? Is there anything there that isn't actually communal? Interesting. Oh, I wonder if that's what the gear you get for boosting. I'm not sure. I don't know. Anyway. So, this has been part 1 to a bit of World of Warcraft. It's been a very long part, I appreciate it. I don't think they're all going to be this long. But it's been fun to see WoW again and play with people and yeah, and actually like just properly just enjoy the journey. If I were playing retail, I wouldn't be doing that. I wouldn't be stopping to smell the roses. I'd want to, but I'm like, no, I'm sorry, I can't actually waste time. I've got to get to a certain point in the game. Whereas here, I think everyone's, well, not everyone's roughly in the same ballpark, whatever idea, but yeah, I think, of course I could just do that. You know, let's do that. This is what a Hearthstone does. Takes you to the location. Oh, that's what it does. It teleports you here. That's now got an hour-long cooldown, so I know worth honor point and worth no honor points to the target, to the enemy. Honor points are what you get for killing characters of equal or similar level. Other player characters of equal or similar level. Right, so I'm going to rest here. I'm going to do this. I'm going to. I don't have to do this, but I want to. I'm going to go /r sleep. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to do camp, which logs out. Also as well AFK. So yeah, so camp is log out. So yeah, I've thoroughly enjoyed that. Thank you so much for watching. Take care for now, and I look forward to playing some more of this and hopefully making a bit more progress, being a bit faster. But at the same time, just enjoying the experience of just playing WoW again and seeing the game as I never really fully did, only in videos or through other people's experiences, and basically just seeing like what it is that people love about World of Warcraft that I've not really seen before. So we shall see. Alright then, well, thank you for watching, take care, it's time for now, and I look forward to the next part, which I'll probably do tomorrow. Alright, take care, definitely.